God morgon. Good morning and welcome to ResearchED Scandinavia in Haninge. Yay! I'm Eva Hartel and I need to do some housekeeping before we start. This is sort of obligated. In case of... My God, it was silent, all silence. Well, before I start, I need to do some housekeeping. In case of any emergency or whatever, there are some signs that you need to follow with a green evacuation signs. And we meet up at the big parking lot afterwards. Just get out and meet up at the parking lot. And we will have some fika or something in the parking lot. Having said that, now we can start. So how many of you have been to ResearchED before? Quite a few. Well, welcome. And the ones, first-timers? Welcome. I can warn you because it's kind of addictive. Yeah. Anyway, today we have a ResearchED here in Haninge, and we also have had a ResearchED in Ballarat, outside of Melbourne. And guess what? They sent us a movie clip.
Great calling. We've just had a wonderful, very... G'day Sweden, this is Australia.
There he is. Dr. Greg Ashman.
G'day Sweden, this is Australia calling. We've just had a wonderful, very warm ResearchED in Ballarat here today, and we are handing on the baton to you.
And those of you who have social media, please send a tweet, a sign or something to Red Ball 25 and say hello. So where is Ballarat? I mean, you've made it to Haninge, and this is Haninge, but where is Ballarat? Well, it's outside of Melbourne, Australia, so it's on the other side of the world. And they have evening now, and it's like 30-something degrees outside. And here is Melbourne, Ballarat, Stockholm, Haninge. And I asked ChatGPT to, so what's the distance between Ballarat and Haninge, and this is what it came up with. Yeah. What? Anyway, so let the show begin. I'm very honored to introduce to you our Deputy Chair of the Municipality Board, Nicole Forslund.
Thank you, Eva. Wow, vilken publik, so many people. Warm welcome to Municipality Haninge and ResearchED. There is an honor to open this conference where researchers, teachers and policymakers come together with a shared purpose to change education through knowledge and science. And as you all know, ResearchED aims to bridge the gap between research and practice in education. Here we can empower teachers with the critical skills needed to assess and understand the quality of the research they encounter in the daily work. In a rapidly changing world, where Europe's democratic values are constantly being tested, lifelong learning has never been more important. Knowledge and competence are not just tools for professional success. They are essential for preserving peace and freedom. Here in Haninge, we face challenges, socioeconomic challenges, educational ones, and challenges related to safety and security. However, I'm glad that there is a political consensus on the view that schools plays a crucial role in addressing all of those issues. In Haninge, we believe in the power of education to change lives. Schools are not just places of learning, They are places where future generations are shaped. I encourage you all to take this opportunity today to engage, discuss, and exchange insights. Together, we can strange the link between research and education, ensuring that the next generation is skilled and the knowledge they need to face challenges in the future, to live free lives, and to achieve their dreams and aspirations. Once again, warm welcome to ResearchED here in Haninge, and I wish you all an inspiring day. Thank you. Adam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nicole. My name is Adam Simonsson, and I'm the chair of the board for secondary and adult education, and also the employment council here in Haninge. Education is the foundation of our society. It shapes individuals, builds communities, and strengthens democracy. But learning does not stop when we leave school. It is a lifelong journey. In today's fast-changing world, where new knowledge is constantly emerging, lifelong learning is more important than ever. It enables individuals to grow, adapt, and thrive, while also ensuring that our society remains strong, innovative, and resilient. At the heart of this journey stand our teachers, you, who decide your time, energy, and passion to educating the next generation. Teaching is not just a profession, it is a mission. And it's about inspiring curiosity, fostering critical thinking, and giving students the tools they need to shape their own futures. Because there's no doubt in my mind that teachers have the most important job in the world. I am proud of our commitment to high-quality education where research and evidence-based methods are the guiding principles. Because education is not just about individual success. It is the key to a stronger, freer, and more democratic society. Every student who learns, every teacher who inspires, and every school that provides a solid foundation build the future. So to all teachers here today, thank you for the incredible work you do. And once again, enjoy the day, welcome to Haninge, and welcome to ResearchED. Thank you. And Helena, welcome up to the stage.
Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed educators, researchers, and guests, there's so many of us today here, and I'm so proud to welcome you all to ResearchED Scandinavia. Welcome to Haninge, where everybody is truly welcome. It's a great honor for me to stand before you as the Director of Education in Haninge and to open this year's ResearchED conference. We're all here today because of our passion and commitment to help every student learn and develop the best way possible. As a passionate teacher myself, I know the power of collaboration, curiosity, and commitment to evidence-informed education. Today, we come together to explore what works in education, to strengthen our ability to critically assess myths and simplistic solutions. Our work should not be based on assumptions. And Most importantly, we have to discover how to bring these insights into our own classrooms to benefit every learner. We are truly honored that Haninge Municipality has been chosen to host ResearchED Scandinavia for the 7th time. Ooh. And this conference is more than just an event. We want this conference to give you inspiration and new insights, and this day will give you the privilege to hear from some of the leading voices in education. And as you leave today, I hope you carry with you not only new knowledge, but also motivation to continue our collective mission, and that is to make education better. Because it's all of us and our colleagues out there who can make a change in education generally, but for every learner. Everyone can do something. I as a director, and you in your role. We have the most fantastic teachers in Haninge. I promise you. Many of them, many of you, are here today. Woohoo! And you are the heart of education. Your passion, experience, and your desire to develop shape the future of our students. And that's why we are committed to supporting and empowering our teachers and also our fantastic school leaders with all the tools, the research, and the professional development they need to thrive. We firmly believe that understanding what works and sharing that knowledge is essential to advancing our profession and ensuring the success of every student. By embracing learning sciences and evidence-informed strategies, we aim to ensure that both teachers and students are equipped to navigate in education not only today, but tomorrow. So, ResearchED, here we are. From the beginning, ResearchED has embodied these values. We are incredibly proud to support and celebrate this movement, connecting educators from the globe, from around the globe, and in new meaningful ways. And today, we are combining in-person gatherings, all of us, with live streaming. And therefore, we are delighted to welcome you once again here in person to Fredrika Bremer Gymnasiet. And also say a warm welcome to all of you who are joining us via live streaming. I think that's the camera, I hope so. Anyway, I will look like a fool. Throughout the day, you will hear from leading voices in education and engage in thought-provoking discussions. And you will also explore innovative research. And on top of this, a magnificent exhibition out there, and even some god fika. You know, Eva was talking about the fika. If you don't know what fika is, grab a Swede during the break and they will surely tell you what it is. Fika is very important for us Swedes. But anyway, make sure learning don't stop here. I encourage each of you to take something from today, an idea, a strategy, or an approach, and make it your own. Try it in your own practice and make it your own. And try it not just once, but multiple times. Reflect, measure, and observe whether it leads to meaningful change. You know, small steps can lead to giant leaps. It can start today, something. And true progression comes from experimentation, repetition, and a willingness to embrace new ways of thinking and teaching. I would like to thank ResearchED for this honorable assignment to host a ResearchED event again. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to all of you who attend this day. And thank you for all the donors. It's such a great honor for us that so many of you have come to share your experience, exchange ideas, and take part of interesting research, and to mingle and network. That's important. Use the breaks to mingle and network. Thank you all for being part of ResearchED Scandinavia 2025. Enjoy the conference. Here it is. Thank you. Now the conference is officially opened.
what's happening here. Yeah. Testing? Okay, that's quite loud. God morgon. Jag är jätteglad att presentera på ResearchED Skandinavien. Tack Eva för möjligheten. So my parents lived in Sweden for about 12 years, and so it's really exciting and for me to be here and to have the honour of presenting at ResearchED in Haninge. I would like to note that if I was presenting in Australia, we would offer an acknowledgement of country. So I would like to acknowledge the lands on which I work and live in Melbourne, the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and I pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging, and acknowledge that the land was never ceded. Now on this slide, there is a QR code and a bit.ly link to a Padlet that I've created. So on the Padlet it has all the slides, but it also has some additional resources that you might find useful. And I did actually create some paper QR codes to put amongst you, and then as I was walking I realised I left them at the hotel, so I'm sorry. This slide will also appear at the end if you don't get it now. So I would like to start by acknowledging the team of educators that I'm representing at this conference. It would be great to have brought them all, but that was a little bit expensive. I'd particularly like to acknowledge my school principal, Mrs. Debbie Dunwoody. She really epitomises the political and practical visionaries that are needed to sustain change. And to also acknowledge Summer Howarth, who's our strategic assistant, and her design experience includes transformative work with the South Australian Department of Education, the Northern Territory Learning Commissions, and international organisations and schools. And she's really been instrumental on our design journey. Now, in this session, I'm going to present how a designer mindset and design thinking can be used to be intentional when designing learning, implementing evidence-based instruction, and engaging students in learning experiences beyond the classroom. And I'm going to share some of the messiness that's part of designing. Some of the examples I'm going to share are works in progress, but I'm hoping to provide you with insights into how design can be used for various purposes, including implementation of evidence-based instructional practices and development of learning across year levels. Now, as a visitor to Sweden, Norway and Denmark on this trip, I'm very mindful of the influence these countries have had on design globally. So the intention of this presentation is not to apprentice you. Rather, the focus is to share on what's been possible in a very different context. I visited the Design Museum when I was in Copenhagen last week and purchased a book about design thinking by Danish designer Ida Engholm to gain some additional insights. So it's important to acknowledge that design thinking doesn't have one agreed theory or practice, and that design research and practice is actually considerably more complex than the simple design thinking model being shared today. Design thinking is a discipline that actually requires training and expertise. However, it's also got much to offer beyond the traditional design world. There's a whole body of interesting research that you can explore, which I've referenced in the Padlet for this presentation. So, two key early design thinkers were Nobel economist Herbert Simon and architect Christopher Alexander. Alexander viewed design as the process of inventing physical things which display new physical order, organisation, form in response to function. And so the ultimate object of design is form. Therefore, his views are primarily associated with trained designers and architects. Simon, on the other hand, stated that everyone designs who devises courses of action aimed at changing situations into preferred ones. So therefore, he's inviting others beyond trained designers to practice design, and that's where we situate ourselves. Stanford's design school's model of design thinking isn't the first model, but it is actually the most commonly used model in schools, and it consists of 5 design phases, which are outlined here. And while the research base for design thinking in schools is still in its infancy, a systematic review in 2024 indicated that this simple model is actually effective for student learning, particularly at the secondary and tertiary level. There's less evidence about its effectiveness in the primary school. Impacts include academic gains, but as noticed, we need further research in this space across some broader contexts. I'm talking primarily about the work being done at Camberwell Girls Grammar School. It's a medium-sized girls' school in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne with just over 800 students from ages 3 to 18. It's got a long history of innovation in girls' education, with students studying science and computer sciences long before it was considered the norm. Our school's motto is Utilis in Ministerium, which means useful in service. And so service underpins much of what we do. And it's also a formal subject that our Year 8 students undertake. At school, we've embraced design as a lens for viewing the world and as a mindset and part of a toolkit. We've built a common design language, which has become part of our identity. And in Australia, the term by design is synonymous with our school. We've adapted the Stanford Design School design thinking model, and it appears in places around the school, so in classrooms, in hallways. But we've also created a design hub, which is in a central, highly visible part of the school. But designing is not confined to the design hub, and it's practiced throughout. Now, when I started at Camberwell Girls in 2018, in my newly created role as Director of Learning, Design and Development, my first design brief was to develop a learning framework. So that seemed pretty huge at the time. And this ultimately became known as our by design learning architecture. What I'm now going to do is take you through the design thinking stages that we engaged in over 18 months as we were trying to create something that was robust, rigorous, and evidence-based. So you don't need to look at the details. There's a little flip book that you can look at on the Padlet, but this is the learning architecture which evolved from the initial 18-month design thinking cycles. It articulates who we are as a community, what we value, and how we design and what we do. So in our empathise phase, and this we spent a long time in this. So initially it was a small team of teachers, and we were doing the heavy lifting in terms of engaging with the research and looking at reports and consulting and considering views of stakeholders. And some of the key influences were the OECD's Future of Education and Skills Education 2030 report, the Foundation for Young Australians series of new basics reports on what students need when they leave school, Project Zero at Harvard Graduate School of Education, and work through John Hattie with his visible learning, Rosenshine's principles instruction, and cognitive load theory, and of course the work of researchers such as Daniel Willingham, Dylan William, Brené Brown and Angela Duckworth, just to name a few of them. So after we gathered insights from our research, which we continue to do as we move through the different stages, we formulated these 2 questions to really drive our design project. And it was very much about, how do we make sure that framework is evidence-based, that it's rigorous, but it's also adaptable and relevant to our context? And how might we create one that surfaces the who, what, why, and how of us? So first of all, we created a space in the staff room, and my principal got used to me saying, can I have that room? Can I have that wall? It's really important to make things really visible and transparent. And it was where all the thinking could be actually seen and heard. So there were no secret meetings. Everything happened in the open space. Everything we were doing were on the walls. And it really allowed us to be really quite organic, but also structured in terms of our interactions when we were looking for feedback and co-design. So I'm forever looking for opportunities to claim a wall or 2 around school, even though I've done quite a good job so far over the last few years. Now, as our learning architecture started to take shape, we prototyped different elements and invited staff, including our non-teaching staff, because it was really important to not just have teachers looking at what we were doing, to really provide us with feedback about the both the artefacts that we were creating, but also the narrative behind it. So this slide shows the thinking around 4 words that we chose to represent the fundamental characteristics of our community. And we had chosen connect and growth and grit and success. And we invited all the staff to comment and make questions via post-its. And then we actually shared these with organisations beyond school to see, was there that fit there? And the key feedback was that success shouldn't be one of those key terms that defines us. So we removed success and we replaced it with sustainability, where we were not just looking at environmental sustainability, but how do we actually have sustainable work, well-being and learning practices. This slide shows some of the artefacts that were evolving and highlights the messy nature of design. So lots of scribbling and post-its and moving things around. Our 4 design principles, which were informed by the accumulated wisdom of researchers and practitioners, has started to take shape in this round of prototyping. So here we are back to the learning architecture that we launched at the end of 2019. And we also created a bespoke app for our learning design. So all our learning design from years 7 to 10 started in the app. So it made sure that we were having consistency. You know, what's the knowledge that you're teaching? What are the skills that are important? What's the key vocabulary that's in there? What are the design principles that underpin the learning? What are the key characteristics? What are the proof points? How do you know that learning is happening? And then once staff have used that app, it then creates a Word document that they can then customise according to the learning that they're continuing to design. We found that as we negotiated COVID, that the learning architecture was really robust. It enabled us to make sure that we could be really robust and adaptable. And you may know this, but Melbourne was the most locked down city in the world, so we had to have lots of practice at designing online learning experiences. So we know that design is always evolving, so it might surprise you to know that we're in the middle of a substantial iteration of our learning architecture. And I took this picture last week of our staff room. So this is where we're looking at our 4 key characteristics, which were connection and sustainability and growth and grit. But we've actually shifted them. We've turned them into verbs: connect, grow, and instead of grit, which we really think is part of grow, we've got give, and that's about surfacing the importance of service learning, and then sustain. What we have done is we worked with staff at the end of last year, we worked with staff at the beginning of this year to really sharpen the language around this and make sure that they were closely connected. We've also included this time different voices. So we have statements, but we've also got statements from a student voice, from a parent voice, from a teacher voice. And we're in the process of getting feedback from our students about, is it really their voice that we're trying to share? And since our original design, we've also developed a new curriculum that we call Upskill, and it's looking at learning beyond the core. And it provides students with learning experiences that give them a personalised toolkit for holistic and digital wellbeing that build future-focused practical skills and strategies, so particularly looking at emerging technologies, and how they may serve their local and global community with responsibility and empathy to build a more just and sustainable world. And so tomorrow evening, while you're all asleep, I will be online meeting my colleagues back in Melbourne as we're working through the next step of our design process. My next example demonstrates how we combine our involvement in a Project Zero at Harvard Graduate School of Education project called the Idea into Action Eco Toolkit with our need to implement a systematic evidence-based reading instruction. So the Idea into Action Eco Toolkit project, which was supported by Independent Schools Victoria, was really about developing and trialling tools for teachers to assist with not only implementing change but sustaining change. Because we know we can implement change, but it's the sustainability of that is really challenging. And so the project consisted of a series of cycles of prototyping and testing, and we had regular touch points with Professor David Perkins and Dr. Flossie Chua, who were the research leads on this. This little sketch note, which there's a bigger one in the Padlet, just summarises some of the key elements of the project at its launch. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we needed to make significant changes to our literacy instruction, and so we chose to focus on reading instruction first. And 2 tools from the Eco Toolkit were particularly useful. So there was the Change Roles Toolkit, which helped us to understand where our staff were in terms of capacity, in terms of mindset. And so we identified our principal as our political visionary to very much support the change. And then myself and our deputy head of junior school, Emma Hinchliffe, were the practical visionaries. So we were the people on the ground, you know. And then we also had to see who were our skeptics, who were the people who might be our late adopters, so that we could be strategic in how we move forward. The other tool that was particularly useful is called the Edge Effect, and our version is pictured here, but it directed us so that we could identify links between what we were already doing and where we wanted to be. And so it's that brackish water in terms of our instructional practices rather than starting with something a clean slate. And we returned to this tool at really regular intervals through the project. And I would have to say it's probably the main tool that actually helped us to sustain this change during the pandemic, because we started it just before and it could have easily fallen off. Now, when I first joined Camberwell Girls, when I was new to the role, and I had certainly curious and enthusiastic staff, but as I moved through the rooms, you could see that there actually wasn't a shared understanding of how students learn to read, and some of the resources were certainly not aligned with the science of reading. Very much dependent on which teacher you had, and there was a lot of those resources that leveled readers and so on. So the first thing I needed to do was build relationships, because without those relationships we weren't going to have change. But it was also about working out what was the capacity, what did people actually know as individuals but also as a cohort to know where to start. And so we had lots of structured but also pop-up discussions. So I would share perhaps a chapter from a book, or it might be an article, and we talk through what the teachers understood about the terminology or the instructional practices that were there, and they could ask questions. And if I didn't know the answer, which was often the case, I knew the people to go and ask, and then we would come back and continue those discussions. So our defining questions were about how do we implement this evidence-based reading instruction, but also how do we measure the success of that implementation as well. So these are just, I'm not going to read through these, but these are just some of the elements that we needed to address, and then think about what we would prioritise in terms of what we would prototype. So it was about looking at our resources, how do we build teacher capacity strategically. So we looked at some of our skeptics and actually made them our champions, invited them in to be the first round of people to have that professional learning to lead teams, and that worked exceptionally well. Again, when we were prototyping, some of the things related to what we were doing during COVID. Some of it was about saying we've got all these resources that are actually quite new, they're in good condition. It feels terrible to just say, let's throw them out. So what we did was we sorted and we looked at the books and said, but can we actually look at them in terms of concepts and use them as reference materials rather than as reading instruction materials? And we certainly create a lot of infographics to help our parents. We have a lot of parents who come from language backgrounds other than English, so it was really important to have visuals alongside there. So I guess ultimately what we need to do is see, well, did this implementation, was it successful and could we sustain it? So we triangulate the data that we collect as we monitor our students, and it includes things like using the SPAT-R for phonological awareness skills. There's DIBBLES and motive tools, and we have something called the National Assessment Program for Literacy and Numeracy, NAPLAN for short, and in fact it's just happened last week, so I missed that. And in 2022, the NAPLAN results are referenced to 10 achievement bands, and all of our year threes were actually in the top 2 bands for reading, and 95% of them were in the top 2 bands for writing. And this was the first group of students who had that systematic instruction from their very first day of school. Then the people who run NAPLAN decided to change the test, which means that we can't actually compare the results from 23 onwards with those earlier results, which is why I've only got 2023 and 2024 in the table here. So instead of achievement bands, they now use proficiency standards. And this table and graph just shows you the gains that have been made by students between 2023 and 2024. And also note that the high level of students with those language backgrounds other than English. What's really great about seeing this shift in mastery is that we have a lot of students come into year 5 who have learning needs. They come into our school then, which means that we can offer that tier 2 and tier 3 instruction for those students who really need it, rather than picking up the instructional casualties of our younger students. So what came next? We very quickly moved into implementing explicit writing instruction using the Writing Revolution principles. So first of all, we had a transition scope and sequence because the year sixes didn't know what they needed to know. They needed to know some of the same things that our first year students needed to know. And then we developed I guess a more stable scope and sequence, but it's still quite dynamic. We did lots of online professional learning, but then I ran internal professional learning that was based on the needs of the students, so it was highly tailored. And then we moved that into secondary school, so explicit writing instruction embedded into our English classes, and I'm working with the history teachers to do this as well. So that's some example of how we're using that design thinking approach, that designer mindset as teachers, but it's also important for us, for our students to understand about a design mindset and the design thinking process. So in these next few slides, I'm just going to provide you with a snapshot of some of the programs that our secondary school students have been accessing to support this development. The first one is a program that is currently, it's had different names in its different iterations, but it's called Invent by Design. And in fact, I launched it about 2 weeks before I headed over here. And so it's an introduction to design thinking, and we used it through exploration of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It's highly structured and includes explicit instruction in the knowledge and skill building that they actually need while they step through the 5 design thinking stages. It's really dynamic, and it's in its 10th year of its various iterations. Another program is Melbourne Mindset. So being from Melbourne, it was very much about how do we engage our young people in understanding what their community is and how they can be involved. So again, linking to Sustainable Development Goal 11, which is about sustainable cities and communities. We connected with our Melbourne City Council, and the students were given design briefs that were specific to central Melbourne, and had some quite specific feedback and insights provided by the council members. And so the top designs from the whole cohort were actually entered in some national design awards, and they were awarded the very first student awards for that year. So that was just like a little bit of icing on the cake for them. The important thing about this particular program was it was about linking their learning to service as well as to design. So again, our school useful in service. It was really important to amplify this. I've got a couple of little student responses in terms, I thought I'd just share with you about what they had really, the essence of understanding about being a Melburnian. So when asked, what is a Melbourne mindset? To have a Melbourne mindset is to actively engage and respond to issues to improve Melbourne. Someone with a Melbourne mindset should strive to create the best possible and positive experience for the Melburnian community. Melbourne's a super lively, vibrant, contemporary, cultured and welcoming city. A Melbourne mindset is about listening to the needs of the community and creating a safe, functional and enjoyable environment for all people. It's knowing the balance between greenery and industrialisation and the importance of convenience and accessibility. And the last one was just very to the point. A Melbourne mindset is an appreciation for Melbourne, a mind to improve Melbourne, a voice to speak for Melbourne. My next example is actually very much has a service lens. And so Little Dreamers, it's an organisation supporting young carers. So they might be supporting siblings who perhaps have a disability, or a parent or parents with mental health issues. And what they do is provide students with opportunities to have a special experience. So as part of our service learning program, our Year 9s were provided with actual real de-identified personas of young carers, and they were stepped through the design thinking process to create experiences for more than 10 young people. And they were provided by feedback from organisation members who were there in the space, and then their designs were actually enacted. The Gales Tilt Shift Challenge is another program that's an opt-in program, and this is for our highly able students. So GALES is actually an international organisation based in the Netherlands. It stands for Global Alliance of Leading Edge Schools for Sustainability. And each year they run the Tilt Shift Challenge, and students use design thinking to engage in high-level research and problem solving, and it relates to an annual global issue that they consider their local context. So the students engage with experts, iterate their solutions, and they write a 5,000-word academic paper, which is presented at an international student conference. So in the last 2 years, the Burundara Gifted Network, which I co-coordinate with Michelle Lanossier, we hosted the very first Southern Hemisphere International Student Conference for GALES. What was really important to note was that the design thinking process really provided students with a clear guide to what was required in problem solving, alongside the development of research, presentation and academic writing skills. So I've shared a few things around about students, but we also need to make sure that we apprentice our staff in designer mindset and design thinking. So design thinking is incorporated into our strategic planning, learning design and professional learning. The stages are explicitly named, and design thinking is a process that's highly visible. So if I'm running some professional learning at a particular stage of design thinking, I will say we're iterating at this point, or this is a prototyping testing cycle. So we're using that language, and they can make that links between what they're actually doing and the process. Our strategic assistant, Summer Howarth, who I mentioned at the start, has considerable experience as a designer in the education space, and so she's apprenticed our staff over many years to develop their designer mindset and their language and design tools, including design thinking. And through Summer, we've connected with Vince Frost. He's the author of Design Your Life and one of Australia's leading designers. Now, sorry, I skipped the slide. That's basically what I said. So that design mindset has actually been important in our involvement with the University of Melbourne's New Metrics project. So I'd like to provide you just a bit of brief background about the project. So when students leave school in Australia in Year 12, most complete exams, and that provides them with an ATAR, so an Australian Tertiary Admissions Rank, which universities use to offer places. And we're the only country in the world that ranks our students. So it comes down to them being a number. So the New Metric project's focus is to look at new ways of measuring success, and at a university level actually better match students to their courses rather than to rank them, because there's a high dropout rate and there's a high movement between courses. So there's a hope that, you know, by doing this, we'll actually have greater retention and better uses of resources in that tertiary area. So Camberwell Girls is actually in our 5th year as a research practitioner partner, and we've been engaged in each of the design thinking stages, including piloting and a validation trial, and feedback's been a really key role in the project's development. Last year, we co-credentialed 140 students from Year 6 and Year 9 in, it was co-badged with the University of Melbourne, something called the Australian Learner Competency Credential. So it was really exploring that competency space around communication, collaboration, agency and learning. And so our credentials actually accounted for 12% of all of the credentials that were awarded in Australia last year through the project. Now, as we engaged with the New Metrics project, it did become clear that we needed to build some common understandings and language relating to feedback, assessment and reporting. And so we took a little side tour and developed what we called the Far-Sighted project, so focusing on feedback, assessment and reporting. And so what we needed to look at was what was our teacher capacity, what was our teacher understanding, how could we leverage the staff who were really experienced, how could we support the staff that were still novices in that space. We need to make sure that we defined the purpose of the project and that we had opportunities for ideating, prototyping and testing resources. And so while we're continuing to focus on those 3 areas, the project is, I'm going to wrap up the project this term because it has come to a natural end and we're really very much ready to be diving back into the New Metrics project in much greater depth. So, The final example I'd like to share is actually relating to my work as a lecturer at the University of Melbourne. So I'm a lecturer in the Department of Learning Intervention in the Faculty of Education, and I teach a subject called Guiding Change for Inclusive Practice. And what that does, it's supporting the scaling of evidence-based literacy and numeracy practices, as well as behaviour management. So it's a relatively new subject. I co-designed it with Associate Professor Lisa Mackay-Brown in 2022, and it's now in its third year. And design thinking was used to develop the modules, but particularly the online teaching days, which usually run for 5 to 6 hours. As well as interrogating the research and theory that students need to know, it was important to understand the cohort so we could develop meaningful, useful learning experiences for them. And so we looked at new ways of interacting online, and we introduced Miro boards alongside some more familiar technology tools such as Padlet and collaborative documents. And what we did was, after each teaching day, we asked the students to specifically, there you go, there's the slide, sorry, provide suggestions for improvement. And so we collated and incorporated them into the design for the next day. So it was an iterative process. And we continue to do that. So we didn't just after the end of the first year say, great, now we've got these great teaching days. Last year we went through that process. I've just completed my first teaching day for this semester. And so I've taken that feedback and I'm currently redesigning what teaching day 2 looks like. So the results of the end of subject survey for the first 2 years ran at really high levels of satisfaction. So anything above a 4, maximum 5, means that it's a high level response. So we scored 4.5 for opportunities for useful interactions and engagement, and 4.13 for study resources and materials in 2023. And overall last year was a 4.72, so pretty happy with that. So what I guess would like to wrap up with was that this presentation has really provided several examples of design and design thinking in action with teachers and students. And the purpose was just to provide some insights into the intentional role that design and design thinking can play in the school setting. And I'll leave you with this quote from Ida Engholm and ask you to ponder the following questions. So how might we leverage design thinking in our school settings? And how might we move from human-centred design to life-centred design? So please make sure you look at the Padlet if would like some more information. And I'd like to thank you very much for coming to this session. Initially I thought I was going to be in a small room having a nice intimate discussion, and then Eva, who you can never say no to, said, please would I move into the auditorium. So thank you very much for coming, and if you've got any questions, I'm open for questions at this point. Thank you. Sorry? Oh. That's a great question. Thank you. And while you're chatting or photographing, I would like to do a little plug, because my colleague Becky, who's come over from London, she and I are actually doing another presentation after lunch in a completely different area, but we're talking about developmental language disorder and why it's really important that all teachers know about it and what it is that you need to know. So we've also got a Padlet for our talk too, with lots of resources and things. So maybe we might see some of you there straight after lunch. When we're trying to get student insights, it varies. Sometimes it's pop-up. We're wanting pop-up insights, but other times it's part of a program that we might be running as well. So it really depends on what we're doing and the timings as well.
Challenging often to get everybody on board and pulling in the right direction. Do you have any advice for us? You know, what works well, what doesn't work so well?
Yeah, That's a good question. I mean, the first thing is about getting to know your staff. So I make sure that I am visible. I'm around the school. I know the names of every staff member. I know something about them. So I guess that first point. The second thing is to be really transparent. So be clear about what we're doing, why we're doing it, but it's not about telling people what to do. It's saying, we want to know what is it that you know. Your insights are really important in terms of influencing what's going to happen next. Post-it notes help as well. Thank you. I would say it's probably time to wrap it up and go and fika. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was my fault. So I had to go around and apologise to everyone afterwards. And so, yeah, this is Norway every year. You get pulled into thinking spring's arriving, and then it's like Melbourne. You think it's cold, and then exactly right. Anyway, I want to say little learners. I'm always interested for our younger years to understand. Yeah, okay. Sorry?
Testing. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this second session of ResearchED. We're running a couple of minutes late because I thought we were starting at 10 past and we're actually starting on the hour. So I have done the unforgivable in Sweden. I have begun late. A terrible crime for which I will be suitably punished later. So what I'd like to talk to you all about today is why we should care about AI in education and try to produce a slightly more nuanced build. You see, I can't even speak English anymore. More nuanced image or understanding of what it is that AI is, where it comes from, and why we as teachers have to care about it. So this is me. Took my PhD in Australia in computer science back in the 90s. I've lectured in computer science for many years in Uppsala. The last 8 or so years, 6 to 8 years, I've been at KTH more or less full-time as Professor of Engineering Education and Head of Department of Learning and Engineering Sciences. And I sit on a couple of advisory boards in AI internationally. Right. So, the rise of artificial intelligence. You don't really need to read this image at all. The text on it, you can go and download off the internet. But what's important about it is the trend. Look at that growth, right? That's exponential. And it's exponential in terms of computing power, and it's also exponential in terms of the amount of products and services that are being developed that build on these AI technologies. And I'd just like to classify them into two types. The types that you sort of don't really see, the recommender systems, the classification systems that lie behind a whole bunch of internet services. Every time you log on to a social media platform, you're being profiled, you're being mapped, your clicks, your views are being associated with those of other people, and a very complex understanding of what you like, don't like, is being built up. And of course, the whole concept of those systems is to take that information and either sell it to somebody else who wants to sell something to you, or to use it to keep you properly engaged on the platform so that you will continue to consume media, consume advertising, and they, of course, are making money out of your behaviour. A more perhaps subtle way of using these platforms is to influence your thinking. By presenting you with well-selected messages, we can influence how you vote, we can influence how you think, we can influence which political parties become dominant, we can influence which companies are successful, and so on and so forth. So it'd be very naive to believe that the companies behind the development of AI have the best interests of mankind at heart. They're in it for the money. And then, of course, there's this big red group of products and services that create stuff based on other stuff. And I think Noam Chomsky is perhaps absolutely correct in his classification of these systems. He says they're the most sophisticated plagiarism machines on the planet. What you do is you essentially suck in all digitized human information available. You build a very complex model of how it all hangs together, and then you generate other stuff based on that. And it can be music, it can be images, it can be text, it can be any type of recombination of digital resources. So why do we care about this? Well, we care about it because what powers that is this. And this looks linear, but it's actually a log scale on the left, so it's also exponential. And this is the growth of computing power in individual chips. And then we have discovered the technologies required to cluster those things together, to combine them with graphical processing units in order to create enormously powerful computing resources that can run these models that I showed you on the previous slide in real time. So what powers this whole movement is three things. Processor capacity, our ability to do computation in real time, combined with the availability of data, we digitized everything, and then we made it available to every person with a computer or access to an internet connection via the internet, right? So computer science in the last 20 or 30 years has radically changed the way the world interacts with information. Not only is it possible to locate and download nearly any digital resource worldwide, but it's also possible to create digital content of extremely variable quality and just put it straight out there. There is no filtering, basically, right? The only filtering that exists is in us, which is why critical thinking is going to become more and more and more important. So what we've all been talking about since 2022 or so is generative AI. And by the way, all of these pictures come from the Pixlr AI tool. And I think you'll notice through the presentation that they are very generic. And they build on stereotypes of what we think aliens are and what we think the future is, and so on and so forth. So let's just very, very quickly recap. Most of you, or many of you, may have heard me speak before, but I just want to put us all on the same page. So generative AI identifies patterns based on training of large data sets. So basically scrape off everything in the internet, you feed it into your model, it gets tokenized, it gets broken up. We build an enormously complex network, probabilistic network, that connects these fragments of information together. And it's like text prediction on your mobile phone, but on steroids. We can predict approximately what ought to come next, or which component, which bit we should pluck in order to make a complex image or a piece of music. And so we can construct superficially new content by recombining the old. Again, back to Chomsky, it's all just plagiarism, right? All of the content already existed, we're combining it in new ways. And the great question for us and for mankind as a whole is that creativity, the recombination of stuff that already exists, is that what we do when we create something ourselves? Or is there something more to it? Is there something in us as human beings that means that creativity, new ideas, really are new, that they have never been thought before? These experiences have never been experienced before. Or maybe they have, but it was 1,000 years ago. As I said with the previous slide, all output from AI is biased. And it's biased by the underlying data set, and it can be manipulated in extremely subtle ways, and we all need to be very aware of that. If you ask for a picture of a hospital with 3 nurses, you'll get 3 women. If you ask for a picture of a hospital with 3 doctors, you'll get 3 men in white lab coats, right? It represents the underlying biases in the training data. And that training data comes primarily from the richer Western world, very often American middle-class persons who have been generating this content. The very, very dangerous thing also now is that we are generating AI content at a very, very rapid rate. It's nearly the case now that AI-generated content outnumbers human-generated content. What happens when you start to train these models on AI content as well as human-generated content? Because it's going to be pretty much impossible to filter out the AI content in the future from the training data, because we didn't think about that in time. So all of this stuff is out there. When we're scraping, we can't really work it out. And so we're going to retrain our AI models, our future AI models, partially on AI-generated data. And that logically should reinforce these biases even more strongly. So I think we need to be very careful. So it's normative, it converges on the most central elements of the data set, it's self-reinforcing. The more we generate with AI, the more we will get the things that we already had built into it in terms of bias. And we have to remember again that there are cultures in the world, there are languages, there are parts of our global society that are not represented in these data sets to any significant extent. And we're marginalising ourselves. We are using AI to generate output that is not connected actually to any processes that we ourselves are interested in. So education and AI then. What's going on? We're going to talk about that a lot today, I suspect. People are using AI to generate content. People are using AI to produce assignment answers. They're using it for programming. They're using it all over the place in all the professions. In the school context, it's very problematic because we're very, very used as school teachers or as university teachers to grade a student's process based on an output, a product. We say, write me an essay. And then you look at the characteristics of the essay and you say, well, the student was capable of doing this and that and reasoning in these ways, structuring text and re-editing and copy editing. No, actually AI did it all. The student just gave you the piece of paper, right? So there we have a problem when AI breaks the link between process and output, and we can no longer use output as a grading method. So many people are claiming that AI, and generative AI particularly, is a total disruptor of our society. And I want to just explore that a little bit, beginning with the idea that does it really essentially change the learning process? Is AI going to disrupt everything about instructional design, about learning and the intellectual processes associated with learning? I'm going to come back to that. We can build virtual worlds. We can potentially reduce examination stress. We can change our examination practices and our grading practices. We're going to have to do that because grading artifacts is a fundamentally flawed approach. And AI is going to change how we work in very, very many professions, and I'm going to come back to that as well. So we can examine digitally. We can sit in big rooms like this. Do we want to? Do we need to? Will AI change the need for us to all sit together and talk about things, to come together in a conference like this to exchange ideas? We need to ask ourselves those sort of questions. And we also need to ask, what is the future? Right? When you ask AI to generate you a future classroom, you get something like this. Extraordinarily superficial, isn't it? A couple of holographic screens in a lecture theatre. Not that different from Dahlner in 1890, actually. Okay, Dahlner was a little bit darker. We hadn't decided that Swedish design was all about light wood furniture. But the setup is more or less identical. So our thinking about education doesn't change radically. We still think about classrooms. We still think, and AI, of course, thinks about, well, doesn't think at all, but it constructs images that look like that because all of the images it has to base that construction on look like that. Okay, so I want to talk to you about tools and cognitive offloading now for a little bit, and then we're going to come back to the future of the professions. So we've had tools for a long time. Many of us used this one when we were starting our university studies, or at least in my generation. And it created an understanding of the relationship between numbers and logarithms and exponentials and so forth in ways that changed my understanding, my physical understanding of mathematical concepts. And then this thing came along. And then suddenly I could do a lot of the operations that I'd done manually automatically. Maybe I didn't really need to understand how to find the X or Y intercept. Maybe I didn't need to know how to find the turning point because my calculator could do it for me. And I could just write down the answer. So again, this is not actually that different to AI, where we need to think, though, that AI is a tool, just like the slide rule or the graphing calculator or the terrible dancing paperclip. Right? We all remember the annoying dancing paperclip, right? Telling you when you got it wrong. Your spelling sucks, your grammar is terrible, little underlinings and so forth. So do they change the way we think? Not necessarily, but it depends how you use them. And this is the same with AI. If I am writing a document and I have the little red underline and the little dancing paperclip and so forth, when I was learning Swedish, this was really, really useful to me because I could very, very quickly detect that the word was misspelled, my grammar was not compliant, at least with the tool's understanding of what Swedish grammar should look like. And that allowed me to reflect, to check my spelling, to understand perhaps that my idea of Swedish grammar was not sufficiently developed. Through reflective interaction with the tool, I could very rapidly teach myself stuff. But I could have just clicked on accept, and then I would have learned nothing. So interaction with tools is crucial. We can analyse mood in our messaging. We can create advanced pictures using AI. We can use Grammarly to improve our grammar and our writing. We can use ChatGPT to do the writing for us. The crucial question is when to use the tool. And I'm here to claim that when we're learning stuff, initially we shouldn't be using these tools because we need to learn the craft for ourselves in order to be able to judge the quality of the result. After that, when you're working your profession, of course, some tasks we do want to automate, to offload ourselves of in order to increase our productivity. And tools have always been about that. You know, any large industrial machine is an optimization of a process that used to take thousands of people to accomplish. Now we can do it with a single machine. We can lift enormously heavy objects and so forth and so on. You couldn't do that with half a dozen people. But we don't use them all the time, and we don't use them in all situations. So I'll give you these slides later. For me, this has been a very important synthesis of a lot of research. This is based on research of Roger Selje in Gothenburg and Noel Entwistle in Scotland. And it's a picture that originally comes from a publication of Noel Entwistle, which I have adapted a little bit and refined. Why? Because I think it's really, really important to have some type of intellectual tool to help us to think about these two dimensions. What is knowledge? And how do we conceive of knowledge? And how is that linked to our strategies for learning? If you think about knowledge as being absolute and provided by authorities, then a very functional strategy is to memorise information piecemeal in order to be able to reproduce it to the authority. If what you're interested in is understanding that knowledge and awareness is contextual and provisional and that certain types of knowledge are useful in certain types of situations, then it's much more useful to use a strategy that is more advanced. I think we can all agree that we would like our learners to move towards the right-hand side of this diagram. And the big question for us is how do we support them to do so in this world where all of these AI tools are available? Okay, so research primarily addresses assessment practices and our understanding of how to do processes that are linked to, in this example, academic production. So scientific abstracts generated by ChatGPT cannot be detected by blinded human reviewers, for instance. And in many cases, the reviewers think that they're better than the original abstract. ChatGPT threatens the existence of certain types of assessment methods. So there's lots of research on these types of ideas. There's also a lot of research that shows that the average AI tool can solve most professional exams better than the average graduate of a university. So a ChatGPT tool fed the bar exam from the US, for instance, will answer the questions better than the average graduate from a legal academy. And then, of course, there's education-related articles. I particularly like this one because it gives us some concrete advice about how to address the challenge. So I want you to take this away with you and just let you read that. The middle bit's the important bit. Assessing artefacts in order to try to understand process has always been an academically unsound practice. But it was convenient to do. Maybe we don't have the luxury of that convenience any longer in a world of AI. And you might think that it's just about teaching or learning. No. It's also about research. There are lots of tools being developed that will change fundamentally the way that we do research. AI tools can do a literature survey in 10 seconds that would take you a month by if you were going to read those papers yourself. It can pull out the entire publication history of a particular article that you're interested in and then link it back and see all of, and describe for you all the citation trees that led it from that publication back into the publication history. It can do both quantitative and qualitative data analysis, can manage your citation database, tell you which are the relevant citations for a particular sentence that you're trying to support. And nearly all of the large academic publishers now have AI tools that are linked directly to their publication databases that will summarise an article for you, will read it to you, will allow you to extract relevant articles that are similar in content, and so forth and so on. So is AI then as a tool, or is it a partner? Is it our research buddy? Is it going to help us? Well, maybe. People are trying to sell us that at least. Supercharge your research paper. Hey, don't bother to do the writing yourself. Get AI to hype up your research results. You've got better things to do with your time than write that grant proposal. Let AI extract the ideas, discover, identify for you the research gap and write a large part of the background of your grant proposal. This is going to be very, very tempting for early career researchers, right? If you can hand in 3 grant applications when your competitor's only handing in 1, what's your chance of being funded? Is it 3 times as good? It might be. But it gets even more exciting. We're building AI into standard tools. SPSS now has AI. It can clean your data for you. It can tell you what statistical test to perform. It can structure some of your analysis. It can do your factor analysis for you and tell you what the factors are and even perhaps interpret what they mean. And then it gets even more exciting. In qualitative analysis tools, we have AI. So in vivo, in the latest version, you can feed in all your transcripts. It will analyse the transcripts for you. It will tell you what the thematic categories are. It will produce citations to support the thematic categories. Ooh, now I'm starting to feel uncomfortable because I can see significant parts of my research profession being optimised away. As a researcher, do I own the result if my personal presence, my voice, is not in the data analysis? Does the AI really understand? No, it doesn't. It's just looking for patterns and is comparing them with other pre-existing patterns, which I already demonstrated to you are biased. So this is presumably also a subtly biased analysis. And of course, now we can use AI. AlphaFold, I guess, when the Nobel Prize is the highly visible example, but AI is being used in materials design, in surface coating, in all sorts of applications of science where permutational adjustment of materials is an important component. So drug design, for instance, a classic application area. All right, why do we have to care? We have to care because people think this is going to change the way that people work in the professions. Now, I just picked this particular example. This is a McKinsey report from the middle of 2023, so it's a couple of years old now. They were predicting then that by 2030, so not that far into the future, that 30% or so of working hours could be optimised away by AI. And it would affect some professions more than others. I don't know about you, but I care a lot about the top 2 professions here. And if these predictions are in any way accurate, we should be very, very seriously thinking ourselves about what is that optimization? Which workflows are we willing to optimize and which not? Where is human input of value? Where is it not? But changes are coming. And it's going to affect the employment market as well, according to their predictions. So demand for some categories of professionals will increase, according to their predictions, and some decrease. And again, the STEM professions are on the top, together with health, And these are application areas where we can expect AI deployment to make a huge difference. In the analysis, for instance, of X-ray imaging, looking for and classifying, for instance, cancer cells in MRI images, and so on and so forth. And there are a number of very visible researchers at Karolinska Institute, for instance, who are working on these applications right now and putting them into clinical practice. So it is going to change research, and I'd like to wrap up by giving a few perspectives from my way of seeing this. I think that there's a great need in our profession to distinguish between AI in the context of personal development and AI as an accelerator when you're working in a profession. Now, for us, there's going to be an overlap because we can use AI to accelerate processes that we have as teachers. So we can be using AI in our own work. Students will also optimize. It's impossible to forbid AI. Every student, every pupil in most developed countries has access to AI, and trying to prevent them from using it, I think, will be counterproductive. What we need to do instead is we need to teach them to use AI in ways that helps them to be both intellectually engaged and more productive. So my argument is that we need to explicitly teach AI use in nearly every context because it helps to make it relevant, and it helps to undermine the sort of tendency that we have to offload ourselves of learning processes. I think Roger Selye said to me many years ago, well, actually I remember this very clearly, so all learning hurts. If it doesn't hurt, you're not learning anything. So if you're comfortable and you're inside your comfort zone, you're not pushing yourself. But are we prepared to go through the suffering in order to learn? Will future generations of learners be motivated to feel that the enormous success that you get, or that feeling of creativity, the reward feeling of having done something that you really, really care about? So, generative AI, I am going to claim, is going to change learning. And for me, learning requires engagement and commitment and a mental exertion. It's all about that. The problem with generative AI is that it's very easy to achieve the outcome without engaging with any of the first point on this slide. And that's the bit that is really crucial. And again, my argument is that if you make AI the content, then the temptation to optimize the way you're learning is significantly reduced. And authenticity, hugely important. We need to position the use of AI in ways that are believable for students. This is something that you are going to need. You need to master this in order to be able to work productively in your future profession. We need to bring that message into the classroom. We need to bring experiences and craft experiences into those environments that help our younger citizens to find their way in a new world. You can have a look at this tool if you want. I'll give you this, as I said, the slides. It's a tool that's developed in Finland, and it mimics TikTok and runs on a platform in Finland, so it's safe to use in the classroom. You can connect to it if you want. Oh, some people are connecting up here. Just need to give yourself a name. I usually say to my students, don't give yourself your real name. All right, can start this up now. There you all are. You can see that you're coming along here. I can put back the QR. Is that the one you wanted? There we go. So you can try this in your classrooms at home. We can see people here, they're interacting with material. If I click on them, I can identify. Here we have Sarah. What's Sarah up to? Let's check out who's Sarah connected to. Let's go across. So now we're starting to see the social network build up as you interact with the material that you're being presented with. Over time, this will coalesce and we'll be able to see, zoom out a bit because we're a lot of people here. Oh, that was a bit too far. There we go. So reorganising. This is how social profiling networks are built up, through individual click data. And you can visualise this with your students. You can go in and you can look at who's been doing what. We can show, if this works. It's a bit slow. So there's a user grid. See if we can pick a person. Look at their data. So this is Jack. Jack's been looking at peas. He's engaged with some of these images. You can use this to explore with your students, how are these profiles built up? What can we see? It makes visible to you all of the back end of an AI engine. So with that said, back to the presentation. So one thing we can also think about in terms of our own workflows is can these tools help us also as teachers? Will we be able to use data from the classroom, observations of our students' work, in order to do more accurate and more predictive grading? Can we actually use AI tools to help us to collect and study process rather than looking at artifacts at the end of the process? Will we then have more time to tailor these rich, realistic, engaging environments that help to present AI in meaningful ways for young people? That's perhaps the positive take on it. So what I think you can do when you get back home is ask yourselves a few questions. From a professional perspective, how is AI going to change your professional skill set and the practices in your disciplinary area? If you're engaged in research or in practice-led research in any way, how will, can, should AI tools enhance or threaten research integrity and processes? And now I've put universities because I work at a university, but it's equally applicable to schools. How is AI going to change the educational mission, both at school and at university? And we are the only people who can own that question. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? No. It was completely clear. Everybody loves me.
Yeah, you were saying that to be able to use this, we have to have critical thinking because it's bias all the time. When it's too early to let our students use this, when they are not ready to critical thinking?
So I think, very good question. And I think the answer is that you can't begin early enough, actually, because we can train critical thinking through demonstrating the underlying impact of the tool. So this is why, for instance, this work in Finland is so important. I didn't show you a couple of other slides, but they've got some wonderful slides where they are looking at student activity or pupil activities with girls who are about 8 years old, who are using AI tools to generate images. And then the classroom exercise is about reflecting on what images did you get back. And so these young ladies, they generated some images of girls. And then they put them all up on a pinboard. And I was like, oh, wow, they all sort of look a bit the same. They're all white-skinned with dark hair, and they all have, you know, particular features. And then they started to say, oh, well, that's not really good, they reasoned, because that could reinforce some bad body image sort of stuff in our society. But then, even more importantly, they then started to explore solutions. And then the thing that I found fascinating with that was that they were already at the age of 7, 8 years old, they felt they were empowered to change how AI was, because their solution was, wow, we should get out there and we should upload a huge amount of pictures of girls that look really different from these ones because they understood the mechanism, right? It's all about the training data. If we can influence the underlying, data, then we can also change the output of the system. And I think, that type of evidence helps us to gain some confidence that young people are interacting with these tools all the time, and we can't stop them. So I think instead of saying when is it too early, we need to say when is it appropriate, and how can we help people to understand how they're potentially being manipulated by these types of tools. Yeah. You don't need it? Okay, brilliant. Yep.
It's a very vague question, and you didn't mention prompt. That's not a word that you said at all, but it must be single-handedly the most important thing.
Okay, so the answer, the question is, what about the prompt? So the prompt is, of course, the most important thing in terms of connecting the output to an input. Yeah, sure, but learning to prompt doesn't help you to learn. And the focus of my talk was on the learning process and the idea that through this type of cognitive offloading and automation of processes, we can become too dependent on a tool too early and thereby not develop ourselves cognitively. But of course, in the other part of my argument, where I'm saying, well, we should put AI as content into the curriculum and we have to start to teach AI, their prompting and the impact of prompting and the conditioning of AI systems is an incredibly important content, right? But if we're teaching AI use, then this sort of falls out as an automatic part of the equation, because then we have to think about what part of the AI use process do we need to teach to people, in what sequence, in order to achieve what ends. How do we explain to them when it's good to automate a process and when you're cheating yourself by automating a process? And I think, as I said, the distinction between, well, now I'm learning something and I should do it on my own, contra when I'm in the profession, I need to be highly productive and then I want to automate a bunch of stuff I know conceptually how to do. Those are two different situations. All right, thank you very much, everybody, for your attention.
Bara säga hej. Hello. Oh, this is much better. I thought I was going to use my loud teacher voice. Right, good morning, everyone. I'm starting promptly. I cannot be late because lunch is next. But thank you so much for coming to my session. What a fantastic day. I was here 2 years ago. I was pregnant, and I'm here now with my baby daughter, so if you hear crying, that's my child. And I'm delighted to be talking about evidence-informed feedback strategies for the classroom. A little bit about me. I'm Kate Jones. I'm a history secondary teacher, although I have experience in primary. I've taught in the UK, in Abu Dhabi. I'm back in the UK. I've authored a few books, and they're outside there. Yeah! I was really pleased to see them, so that's great. And my most recent book is about feedback, which I'm talking about now. And these pictures, I feel, capture how I used to feel about feedback early in my career. Just to clarify, that's not me. My partner did say I looked very different with that hairstyle, but it's someone else. But I used to feel very confused about feedback and unsure if the feedback that I was giving was actually helping students, how much feedback should I give. The research at times felt unclear, contradictory, and in a way it didn't matter what the research said at that point because I worked in a school that had quite a strict feedback policy, so I had to follow that policy, even though I was a history teacher, and feedback could be very different in English and maths and with students of different ages. But now, I feel a lot happier about research. And there's several reasons for that. I feel like we have a little bit more clarity in terms of the feedback, and we now have this evidence-based movement, which is very exciting. There was a research report published by the Education Endowment Foundation, which I'll share with you. I think that has also helped with a foreword from Dylan William. And I also worked at a school where we had feedback approaches, and feedback would be evidence-informed, workload-friendly, move learning forward, but the policies and practices varied depending on the age of the learners, depending on the subject, and that made a big difference. So I created this teaching and learning jigsaw puzzle, which some of you may have seen when I talked about retrieval practice. There are other pieces of the puzzle, but the reason I created it as a jigsaw, this infographic, is to show that all of these things are connected. So feedback, curriculum, retrieval practice, they're all linked to one another. And another reason why I created it as this jigsaw is because feedback can absorb so much of our time, effort, and energy. And we can't continue with that. Because as teachers, we have all the other pieces of the puzzle that we have to focus on. So that's why all of the feedback approaches and strategies have to consider teacher workload and teacher time. This is a brilliant book by Paul Kirshner and Carl Hendrick, where they look at research studies and applications for the classroom. And there is a section about the work of John Hattie and his feedback, and about how feedback can be very powerful, but as the authors have said, it can be misunderstood and it can be difficult to get right. But it's important that we do get it right. And this is a question, and if we had more time, we could reflect on this and discuss this. What is the purpose of feedback? And it's not a trick question. There are lots of different responses. And when I was writing my book, I looked at literature and evidence that explored this question. But one that really stood out to me is from Dylan William. And he argues the main purpose of feedback is to improve the student and not the work. Now, if the student improves a piece of work, that's great, but not if they continue to make the same mistakes later on, next week or later down the line. That means the feedback hasn't had the impact and the long-term impact that we would want. I recall parents' evening as a secondary teacher. It was lots of parents were coming to visit me for 5 minutes. At the end of the night, parents came with their child, and I gave some feedback. Oh, they rolled their eyes, and they said, "We've heard this from every teacher." Well, I didn't know that. There's only one person who knows what feedback they are getting from every teacher and every subject, and that's the student. So they really need to be aware of this. That yes, if you improve your work, that is a good thing, but it's not about that. It's not a quick win. We need to think about it in the long term. And tools like Grammarly, Spell Checker, I use them. Yeah, that's fine. But unless you engage with these tools, again, they don't improve the individual, but they can improve that piece of work. And teachers have often asked me these questions when I talk about feedback. Well, how often should I give feedback to my students? And when should I give feedback? I've read research about the benefits of immediate feedback, but I've also read about the benefits of delayed feedback, so I'm unsure. But this is the reality, that we give feedback every lesson, every day. Might not be written feedback. It might not always be individual. It could be whole class feedback or self-assessment. And this is important, that feedback is regular. And the Education Endowment Foundation report that I mentioned, it's free to read online, and they also give this advice about how there's benefits to giving feedback immediately. And of course that might make sense when you're doing a retrieval quiz. The students need to know what they know and what they don't know, the gaps in their knowledge. But there's also something that perhaps the research might not consider, and that's teacher logistics. You might have parents' evening and you saw your class today, you see them tomorrow. You just don't have time to provide written feedback on every piece of work, but they'll get the feedback. So the key message is that feedback is regular, and we shouldn't really focus too much on specifying a specific frequency, which is what I've experienced in my career. The EEF report doesn't say this type of feedback is better than that type of feedback, because there are so many variables, and it will depend on the context, perhaps the learner and their age, if their English is additional language, if they have special educational needs. It could be verbal, it could be non-verbal, written, self, peer, through the use of technology. And we really should embrace that variety. And when I write books and I look at the research, I do try to see if there's any trends or any patterns, and something really stood out to me about feedback. And this is research from John Hattie, where he highlighted that students often struggle to understand feedback, that it can be quite confusing. Or even if they understand it, they might not understand what they need to do next. This was also the case with research, and all the references are on my slides, if you would like to read them for yourselves, about higher education. So it's not just younger students, older learners, they struggle as well. And there was lots of other examples that kept coming back about students struggling to understand the research. So the first principle with all feedback should be, do they understand it? How do I know? Have I checked? Do they understand what they need to do to improve? Not just this piece of work, but as a learner. So all feedback has to be understandable. It should be helpful, and the students, again, need to know this. We need to create a culture in the classroom where students, if they don't understand, can put their hand up and ask for help, ask for clarification. They should also understand that it's not the teacher having a go, being critical and negative. We are trying to help them to improve and move their learning forward. And the third principle is harder to implement, but it's essential. And that's that feedback is actionable, so that students don't just read the feedback and say, okay, and then move on, but they can actually have specific time and tasks. And all of the examples I will share with you are designed so that they are understandable, helpful, and actionable. Now, I'm not sure if anyone's heard of TeacherTap. TeacherTap is an app in the UK and in other countries around the world where teachers sign up for free, and at the end of the school day, they're asked 3 questions. The questions could be about curriculum, behaviour, or biscuits in the staff room. The questions vary. And the teachers respond, and then TeacherTap shares those results. And I think this is brilliant. This is data, information from classroom teachers on the ground, and they can ask the same question year on year, and they can compare data. So TeacherTap asked in 2020, which part of your job do you love the most? And then teachers could select. And 65% of teachers said teaching lessons. Yeah, that's the best bit, being with the students. Marking students' work was an option. 0%. 2021, the same question was asked. What part of your job do you love the most? And then as we can see, people even said staff management before marking students' work. 0%. 2022, yep, still people not enjoying marking students' work. 2023, 0%. I don't have the screenshot, but it was 0% in 2024 as well. So that made me think and reflect. Why is that? Because actually, when we give our students feedback and they respond to it, they make progress, we love that as teachers. That is very rewarding and satisfying. But the teacher tap question had marking students' work. And marking, we have connotations of books stacked up high and writing lots of comments. And doing so in the evenings or on weekends. And it being very time consuming and at times frustrated. So yes, not a shock that we're moving away from this. And the teacher union in the UK, and I've used this because I'm based in the UK, the unions have said teachers shouldn't have to provide extensive written comments on every piece of work. And this is to protect teachers with their workload, because we simply don't have the time to do so. But it also says there's little evidence that this is actually helping our students. So who are we doing this for? And why? But that doesn't mean there isn't a place for written feedback. It's just that we might do it differently than we previously have. And the 4 quarters marking policy was suggested by Dylan William, and I have spoken to him about this. He's very keen to stress that the 25% is a guidance. For example, in maths, the self-assessment percentage would be much higher. You self-assess a lot more in maths. But this is very helpful. I found it as head of department. I was head of history. Really useful. 25% of students' work will be marked in detail. And as a department, we agree which pieces of work will be marked in detail. Through a detailed feedback, looking at literacy, and the students will be aware of this. We're not going to mark every piece that way. We don't think that's beneficial. It will probably overwhelm the students. But then other work we will skim and scan, maybe a tick, flick, maybe accompanied with verbal feedback. And then 50% involves the learner with self and peer assessment. Now, it's important if you take an approach like this to share it with students and parents. They have a lot of misconceptions about feedback. I know a student who said, "Miss, when we do peer assessment, is that so you don't have to mark our work?" That is not the reason why. And actually, peer assessment is difficult to get right. Peer and self-assessment needs to be monitored and supported by the teacher. So there's a lot of work that will go into that. But also parents may look at a book and think, I can't see any feedback. The teachers, what are they doing? But there might be a verbal feedback conversation that's taken place and the student is progressing. They're looking for the wrong evidence. They're looking for a specific colour pen and written comments. We want to see the progress. So another question for us to think about, and again, it's difficult to answer because it will depend on your learners and your answers might be quite varied, is how do your students respond to feedback? Because Dylan William, again, great advice, said that that is the only thing that matters. You could read the book that I've written and attend my talk, but if your students ignore your feedback and don't embrace it or act on it, then that's been a waste of your time and their time. So again, let's talk to students and tell them the secret to effective feedback is them and what they do with that feedback. And one approach we can have is prevention is better than cure. So this is something we see a lot in health and medicine. Lead a healthy lifestyle, have a vaccine, try to prevent an illness instead of curing it later down the line. Well, this applies especially if you're an experienced teacher. You may see the same mistakes come up year after year. So instead of this class making those mistakes. Let's prevent it. Let's have some preemptive feedback. Let's think about the common misconceptions that students have and how can I tackle them with my students? How can I address it? What key terms are often difficult to spell? Now, I teach history and we learn about the Battle of Hastings in 1066 with Year 7, 11-year-olds. And I would teach the same lesson year after year, and I have seen soldier in English spelt with a J, spelt with a Z, all these letters that are not included in the word soldier. So after many years, I realized this is a really difficult word for Year 7 to spell. I'll just put it up on the board, and I will just say to the class, this is a very challenging key word, keep referring back to it. And nobody then spelt soldier incorrectly in that lesson. There could be other literacy errors and mistakes. Another common one in my subject is students using the wrong tense. We're in history lesson, but they might use the present instead of the past tense. So I can just quickly remind my class at the start of a lesson, and I've preempted that feedback. And a misconceptions bank is something that I created as head of department, where the teachers would write different misconceptions that students had, and we put it on a shared document. So because we had this document, and there's an English example, we could then be more aware of that in our teaching with preemptive feedback. You could share this with the students. You could share it with parents. If you have teachers that are new in their teaching career, let's not make them go through years of experiencing lessons where they have to say, Frankenstein's the scientist, not the monster. Let's tell them this is what students often struggle with, so you have to emphasize it, stress it, and then they won't make that mistake. So sometimes if you think about the feedback that you're going to give, try to predict what feedback you're likely to give your class, and then try to think, what can I do about that? So more research, this is now looking at that issue of struggling to understand feedback. Well, one of the ways that we can overcome that is with feedback conversations. With feedback conversations, there's tone, but there's also opportunity for dialogue, and the students can ask questions. You can also perhaps pick up on whether they understand it by their facial expressions and so on. However, something we have to be aware of is working memory. And I've got a roundtable discussion podcast today at this event with Kenneth, Alan Badley, Daniel Willingham. We're talking about working memory. And this is a brilliant book by Susan Gathercole, Tracy Alloway. And they describe working memory as being like a post-it note. You can't hold much information on a post-it note. And if you want to keep information for the long term, you wouldn't use a post-it note. It's a temporary holding space. Our working memory is limited. So you could have a brilliant feedback conversation with a student. They're smiling, they understand. Thank you, Miss Jones. I now know what I need to do, not just to improve the work, but to improve as a learner. Probably won't go like that, but we have this conversation and they understand. Great, I move on, I talk to somebody else, I come back. Wait a minute, why are you still making that same mistake we spoke about? Oh yeah, I forgot. And that happens. So what can we do with that? Well, first of all, we can be aware of the limitations, and our conversations should basically be short and snappy, clear and concise. Because as well, it's difficult to talk to lots of students in a lesson. Another option is audio feedback. I was in a primary lesson with younger learners, and a teacher was giving feedback, and a student who had learning difficulties said, "Sir, can I record your feedback?" He just pressed record on his tablet. And then he was playing replay and listening back to that feedback. But if you don't have that option, it's fine. We can just get it down. So you could talk to the students, give them the feedback, and then ask them, can you write that down in your margin for me? Can you write it on a post-it note? When they write down a summary, you can also check if they've understood it correctly. But even better than that is to get them to act on it immediately. The sooner they act on it, they are doing something with that feedback. So it's being held in working memory. They're processing it. And Dylan William, who I've mentioned a lot today, because I love his work on feedback. This is the detective strategy, where The student receives feedback live in a lesson from a teacher, or perhaps you could write this in books, and they have to find the error and fix it. So there's 5 math questions, and the teacher says 2 are incorrect, can you find and fix them? Now let me just say from my experience, students don't always like this. They might just say, well, can you just tell me? Or even better, I'll just change it when you give me the answers at the end of the lesson. This is harder work for them, but this means they are engaging with that feedback. And they can't say, okay, I'll just finish 20 questions and then come back later, because they'll probably forget. So they have to double check and correct. And I might come back, or I could stay with the student, depends how much support they need. This is an example of a student writing a piece of work, and I've noticed reading their paragraph that there's 2 errors in their paragraph. And I say, can you find and fix them? And can you do that for me right now, please? And the student might cope with that and read that and go, yep, oh, I can see the date is incorrect and there's a spelling mistake. But you might have a student who think, I can't see the errors. I don't know where they are. I can't fix them if I don't know where I've gone wrong. So we could just adapt our feedback. Be a bit more specific. There's 2 errors in this paragraph, and one of the errors is a key date that's incorrect, and there's also a spelling. So I've given them a little bit more guidance. You still might have students who say, I'm not sure. I'm sorry. If I knew what was correct, I'd have got it right in the first place, wouldn't I? So, okay, I'll give you a little bit more help. Dot marking. This is just where the teacher's walking around the class and they put a dot in the margin. The dot indicates that on that line, that's where the error is. So again, you've really tried to highlight and reduce to where they have to look. So find and fix the error on that line. If you're thinking, I still have students who still might struggle, well, then we can do the helpful highlighting. So this is where, or useful underlining. The teacher will find the error, but then they self-check it and correct it. So I've identified here with my highlighter pen a date and a spelling. I would like them to correct it. Now they might need to look at a resource, their textbook, but that's absolutely fine. But they are then acting on that feedback, not ignoring it. Selective marking is really popular in England, and the idea comes from a school, George Spencer Academy. Great for subjects like humanities and English, where the teacher will read an extended piece of work. They'll read the whole piece of work, but only provide feedback on one section. And that's usually the section that needs the most improvements. So here I've read a whole essay, but I drew a yellow box around a section and gave detailed focus feedback. Now students do like this because they don't have to write out the whole essay, the whole exam answer again. They just have to write out whatever is in the yellow box. They write it out again, but acting on your feedback. And I don't know which will be the yellow box. For this student, it might be their introduction. For this student, they need to improve their conclusion. It might be quite a lengthy yellow box. It could be a few sentences. So this is the selective marking approach. And I did feel a little bit guilty by using this because I was essentially picking the worst part of their answer. So I wanted to highlight, well, what they've done well. So I just used the blue box. And the blue box meant this is the strongest part of your essay, your answer. You could put feedback as to why, or you could just ask them to reflect. I've selected this part, the blue box. Why do you think that's the best part of your answer? What are the key strengths? You could even do this with peer assessment as well, especially with older students. And a resource I created a few years ago was Read, Reflect, Check and Correct. You could have this template or you could adapt it. And that's because students were coming to me, submitting their work, making errors with things that they knew they should do. So these are students who are 16 years old forgetting their full stops at the end of a sentence. That's not a good use of my time to keep writing, don't forget full stops. They know to do that, they just haven't done that. So before any work is submitted to me, they have to go through and read, reflect, check and correct. Capital letters, spellings, the right tense. It could be a maths version, history. It could just be literacy based. So I'm trying to, again, predict what feedback and prevent that feedback, so I can give feedback that is more meaningful. And Dylan William, again, best person to mark the test is the person who has just took it. So this is another argument for self-assessment. This resource is for self-assessment, but also could be used for peer assessment. So quizzing. There are lots of different ways we can assess quizzing. Retrieval practice, low stakes. You can use peer assessment, but it might increase the stakes slightly. And some students might be anxious. And another problem with peer assessment for retrieval practice is your partner might mark your quiz and then give you a score and hand it back to you. Now I'm looking at my score, I got 8 out of 15, and I'm focused on my score. I don't know where I went wrong, my partner knows. So the best person is the person who's just taken it. So the best type of feedback, if you're not using technology, is for the teacher to give whole class feedback, go through the answers, and the students self-check and correct. Another good idea is to use this opportunity to consolidate and correct. So you could ask every student to write the correct answer at the side. Now, some students might say, well, I've already written the right answer, why do I have to do that? See, this is just an opportunity for you to consolidate, to practice. But it also stops those students who have to write it out because it was incorrect, being isolated. So everybody's writing out the response again. And this is a self-assessment reflection ticket. So again, what we don't want is students to complete a quiz, and perhaps it's digital, and they just focus on the score and the grade. We need them to really engage with that feedback, find out what they know, but also what don't you know yet? Where are the gaps in your knowledge? So my students, I've done different versions of this. This could be a paper, this could be digital, this could be in the back of their books. After a quiz, they make a note. Areas of strength, things that you knew, things you're very confident with, and where are your areas for improvement? And by writing it down and making a note of it, they are much more aware. But this can also help us as teachers. I flicked through a class set of reflection tickets and found the same topic in every gap in knowledge. So that was a real sign to me I need to revisit that again. Knowledge organisers. They contain all the core information for a certain topic or unit. And knowledge organisers can be used well or they can be used badly. It depends. So a knowledge organiser has all of this information, vocabulary, facts, and so on. How do you use knowledge organiser? You could use it for self-assessment, for pair quizzing. I could put up the key terms on the board and I could say, right, can you write the definitions? Check your answers are correct by looking at your knowledge organiser. So regularly referring back to the knowledge organiser to get feedback. And these are exam wrappers. They started in universities in America, but they've now been spread across the world, and they're using them in schools to reflect on an exam paper, but also the process. So the first set of boxes, how did you prepare for the test? Did you spend enough time? How long did you spend? We might be able to identify here where students have gone wrong. I've had parents contact me, say, I don't know why my child didn't do well in the assessment. I saw them revising for hours. I said, okay, when were they revising and how? Well, they were revising the night before. They were cramming and rereading their notes. Well, there we go. They're not the effective strategies. And also here, so they don't, again, just focus on the grades or the scores. They can really engage with what they know and where the gaps are in their knowledge. And this is a whole class feedback approach. Now, this was actually during the pandemic, this specific example. It was a Google Doc, and my year 7 class through age 11, I read a student's answer that said 3 men wanted to become king in 1066. I was about to type on the Google Classroom, correct, but add more detail next time. And I thought, wait a minute, before I write anything, let's just have a look at a few other responses. And I went through the whole class, and they were all historically correct and accurate, but lacked the depth and detail. So instead of writing, add more detail 28 times, next lesson, I gave this whole class feedback. I said, you're very happy, you've understood the content, the historical information is accurate. However, I expect more detailed responses. But I'm going to show you what I mean. And we have to sometimes do that with feedback. So they might understand add more detail as a concept, but they might not understand how to do that. So I talked them through this example. I said, here we have a basic response. 3 men wanted to become king. Well, the detail would be, well, who were the 3 men? What do we know about them? Where did they come from? Why did they all want to become king? Why was there a crisis? And there we have the detail. And then I said to my class, now I would like you to go back to your work from last lesson and add more detail. And that was the actionable feedback task. And they all did that, they all understood, and their answers improved significantly. And I made it clear to the class that that feedback was not just about today's lesson. It was about going forwards. When they write responses and answers, unless instructed, it's a short answer, that I expect detailed responses. And now they know how to do that. Whole class feedback crib sheets, they're really popular across schools in England. This example is credited to a history teacher, Greg Thornton. So how this works is a teacher will look at a class set of papers or books. Instead of writing individual comments in every book, he has a piece of paper where he makes his own notes. He might make a note of the spelling, punctuation, grammar errors, students who have missing incomplete work that he needs to speak to, the common strengths of the class, areas for development. Dirt is dedicated improvement reflection time. I think it's the worst name. Really, you don't want to say we've got dirty time in a lesson, do you? That's just like not good. But anyway, it's the concept of improving and reflecting. That's acting on feedback. And there we go. There we have an example. So he has all the information that he needs, and he will give feedback to the class. We do need more research on whole class feedback. There is some, especially from John Hattie. A problem with whole class feedback is that students may not try as hard because they're not getting the individual comments in their books. But we still hold students to account. So if you say, right, I'm going to give whole class feedback, and you notice someone's not trying, not invested effort, you can still speak to them. I interviewed students as part of my book and my research, and I asked them questions about whole class feedback. And the common responses were, I prefer when feedback is more personal to me, either a conversation or written. But on the flip side, lots of students said, I really like it when the teacher gives whole class feedback and she says several people made this mistake, and I realize, oh, it wasn't just me. So they take comfort in other people making the mistakes, but they often are quite isolated with their feedback. They might have made errors and thought, and it's not their confidence, self-esteem, but those errors could be pretty common. I know that as a teacher, but they don't know that as a student. So we're creating this culture where we can all improve. If you haven't seen Austin's butterfly video, please watch it. I am so sorry for the spoiler alert, because basically Austin draws a butterfly and then he has feedback from his peers, and there we go, there's the final masterpiece. And show it to your students, because Austin only receives feedback from peers, not the teacher. So if your students don't value, respect peer assessment, it's a beautiful video to show them. And the author of the book, Ethic of Excellence, is in this video, Ron Berger. And he says peer assessment should be kind, specific, and helpful. But again, they're novices with feedback. They often don't know how. I recall a lesson where a student had written to another one, do better, and just left it at that. So that's why the kindness is key, specific, helpful. You could use feedback frames. Oh, sorry, keep an eye on the time. Yeah. Feedback frames, prompts, they also should basically copy you in terms of feedback. If you use literacy codes, they should do that. I would never be unkind to my students. If we have younger students, when we do peer assessment, I allow them to say Sir and Miss Jones and Miss Davis, because it makes them feel like the teacher. But it's one thing for peer assessment to be kind, specific, and helpful. But I collaborated with Ron Berger, and I said, yeah, but let's think about what Dylan Williams said. If the students ignore the peer assessment, then it's a waste of time. So we've got to coach them how to receive it. They need to read or listen to the feedback carefully. They need to reflect, and then they need to revise. So basically, act on it. And this was a really good example with that same Year 7 class, 11-year-olds. We would write an extended piece of writing about the Battle of Hastings and then swap books at the end. And I realised it wasn't having the impact that I wanted. So immediate impact came from peer assessing after each paragraph. So the student has written their first paragraph, and their peer who's assessed it has recognised they spelt Hastings wrong. This is an essay about the Battle of Hastings. If we'd have waited to peer assess at the end, they would have spelt it incorrectly 15 times. They've also said it's too short, not so detailed. So the second paragraph, they can act on it immediately. They can spell that keyword correctly, and they've added more detail. And I loved this lesson because the students were saying, oh, hurry up, finish your paragraph, I want more feedback. It's like, yes, I feel like I've cracked it, because it is very difficult. Ron Berger from Austin's Butterfly video, the gallery critique is brilliant. It's brilliant in practical art, it's brilliant in creative, in humanities. This is where students have time in a lesson with a mark scheme or success criteria to look at other pieces of students' work. They write their feedback on a post-it note, and then they move on and they look at someone else. When they come back to their work, they have 6 post-it notes. Now that could be a lot of feedback, quite overwhelming. So we ask our students, can you spot any trends or anything that's repeated? And if 5 or 6 people are giving them this feedback, it makes it more reliable and credible than just that person next to me, and I wonder if I agree with that. And this also is really good because it gives the students the time to look at other pieces of students' work, which they don't often get to do. So just to finish, so we can go on time for lunch, I will send these slides to Eva. We need to think about the types of feedback we provide and really embrace the variety: verbal, written, technology, self, peer assessment. It's vital that students have time, tasks, opportunities to act on the feedback. We've all got our key strengths in terms of feedback. It's good to be aware of that. But we also will probably have our areas for development. And then when we think about our school, we obviously want to have consistency across the school, evidence-informed, workload-friendly, move learning forwards, but there needs to be the recognition of the nuance between maths and English and between 5-year-olds and 18-year-olds. So feedback will look different in different classrooms. So I hope you feel happy about feedback after that session. And this is a QR code for, I work at Evidence-Based Education, and they have free resources, a professional resource library, and there's webinars and ebooks. So hopefully that QR code works. That should take you there. If not, then again, I'll send that link to Eva. But it's a free, wonderful collection, and we have resources in Swedish. Eva translated them for us. So thank you very much for attending my session. Enjoy lunch and the rest of the day.
Välkommen till VoiceOver. VoiceOver läser upp PowerPoint, redigera text, info, systemdialogruta, okej, förval, inte nu, PowerPoint. Tidlika andoiding vår inhovud 4, bild. Du är för närvarande på bild, inuti layoutområde. VoiceOver av.
Should work. I did it by trial and error because I don't know Swedish, so it seems to work.
There is a helpful person,
Yeah,
which I will shout for if I'm stuck.
I'm a problem solver.
Good. Well,
yeah.
maybe when you finish, I'll come straight up here and you can help me.
Yeah, I guess I solved.
You can help me with the problem solving. And it's just be, oh, they were using this here.
Is that what we're supposed to use?
Yeah.
It's two of them, I think. Yeah.
Is that two then?
I only need one, I guess.
I think probably yes.
I'm teacher, so I'm used to do.
There you go. You're in. I'll see you after your talk.
Nee. Test. This seems to work. This seems to work. Testing close, testing further. Yep. Test. We'll start in a minute. So it's that time after lunch. You all know what it means. It's the so you're here, just sit back, enjoy. I know we'll keep it easy. I knew when I was scheduled to talk after lunch. Don't make it too difficult. Don't make it too hard. And then it should be fine. But we'll just slowly get into it and get started with this presentation of mine. Well, you've seen the title already for a few minutes. It's called Urban Myths in Education, Past, Present and Future. My name is Casper Hulshoff. I'm from the Netherlands. I flew over just to be here to talk to you. Well, I was asked to do so. And I work as a teacher at Utrecht University. I've been doing so for many years. And one of the things I'm interested in while teaching, while doing some research is, well, basically this topic. So yeah, so I'm now stealing Pedro's slide with the hello on it. And when Eva asked me to present here at ResearchED in 2025, my first reaction was, what about? About what? What should I present about? And she said, just urban myths in education. And I said, but it's old stuff. Everybody knows this stuff already. And she said, no, actually, not everybody knows about this stuff. So I guess the empty seats are those who were here in 2019 when I was talking as well, not about myths especially, but still. But they were here and they said, yeah, I'm not coming again. Maybe. And you are sort of new, and I'll talk about, well, this sort of stuff. But really, I was reminded of this quotation by the composer John Cage. I have nothing to say, yet I'm saying it. So yeah, I have nothing to say about this topic, and yet I'm still saying something about it, I think. So yeah, in the next 35 minutes or something. So one of the things that leads up to this is that you may you may think of when you are ill or something, and you tell people, I've been ill for a few days, then this is the kind of reaction you might get from someone, from some friends, some close friends, some family member. They might say, you know what you should do? And they will give you some advice. And my grandmother always, or something like that, they will say, tell you something and it should work. And if it doesn't work, you probably didn't do it correctly. You know, that's the kind of thing. And that's something that comes up in medicine, in health issues, but in food issues as well, and in many other issues as well. So there has been a growing business, and I might say it's a business, although when you write a book, don't expect to become rich. You sell books, but yeah, you don't earn that much from it. Somebody earns money from it, but not you. But anyway, there has been growing a sort of business around the idea, maybe you should look into these kinds of ideas. And one example is this book by Simon Singh and Ezra Ernst. It's called Trigger Treatment. Lovely title. It's about medicine and alternative medicine. And they looked into all these kinds of alternative medicine, like acupuncture and all this other stuff that you can come up with. And it's always a bit of a contentious issue. And they looked into it, into the research. What do we know, what works and what doesn't work? And sometimes it's said that if alternative medicine would work, then it wouldn't be called alternative, it would be called medicine. And that's what they state as well. And they looked into many different therapies, and there are a lot of them out there. And everybody knows they work, and yet what everybody knows might be wrong. Yeah. Another kind of thing is food business. Food science, it's a weird field of science, basically, because what's healthy now may be unhealthy next week, in a sense. But if you look at what people say about healthy food, about calorie intake, sugar, etc., then, well, Tim Spector looked into it a few years ago, and he found out that almost everything you've been told about food is wrong. So everything we know, we think we know, is sort of incorrect, maybe wrong, maybe correct later when we know more. Science isn't ever never-ending thing, but still, there are so many ideas. Now, what did we do? Pedro and I, and Paul Kirchner as well, you may be familiar with these names. We looked into the issue of education, instruction, learning, things like that. And we wrote a few books about that. These are not all separate books. I didn't write 5 books, but the first one was published a long time ago, when it was shorter in a few ways, and wiser maybe. I don't know. It's called Boys Are Smarter Than Girls, and Other Myths About Learning and Education. And it became a bestseller actually in the Netherlands, and was translated into this second one, Urban Myths on Learning and Education. Which also did very well. Very well means you sell a few books, basically, nowadays. And we made a sequel. We made a sequel because one thing we found out is that there's so much out there, so many ideas about learning and education and how education works and what doesn't work, that the science of learning that has been growing for the past decades, and there are some talks today that go into that, in cognitive science, for example, well, they have been shown to be pretty much wrong. So why in teacher education were students still being taught these things that I'm going to discuss in a few minutes? And we try to change teacher education in the Netherlands for one thing, and maybe in the world for another thing, and the universe as a next thing. But still in the Netherlands, it seems to have worked at least a little bit. But this morning, Pedro said to me, I opened my web browser and the first news message that I read, well, contained a blatant myth about education. So our work is not yet done, I guess. But this is what we wrote. And Pedro, in this afternoon, will talk about this latest thing we did in 2021. It's also been translated, actually, into English. It's about everything you should know about psychology. So in these books, we talk about this doesn't work, it's wrong, or something like that, or it's bogus, or nuanced view. And here we talk about what does work in learning education. So yeah, we do everything, basically. We claim to know everything. The first book was also translated into Swedish, actually. I will admit, we don't really know why. It's been published in Swedish, but if you really don't know any English, and you like reading Swedish, I guess, we don't know if the translation is correct. We honestly don't. It's also, our book has also been translated into Chinese, and we don't know if it's correct. We really don't. So yeah. But anyway, myths in education. I created this meme to lead it in. And yeah, this is what happens. So the motto is the school system, is education. And yeah, I mean, cognitive science is somewhere at the bottom there. It's a bit of a sad case, and we've been trying to improve that a little bit. Why, you might say? Why did this happen? I can tell you, when we published our first book, Pedro and I co-authored it, and we had never met before. Never met physically before it was published. We met on the internet. These days you do that. And we discussed issues in education and things that stood out to us. Things that, well, we found interesting. And one of the things that we both like to do is to try and improve education. This morning in the introduction, it said, well, teachers and everything has this sort of goal of improving education. And our goal was the same thing, and this is a quotation by the science philosopher Karl Popper, the most famous scientific philosopher of the 20th century, I would say. And one of his statements is, and I checked this quotation, it's in his work, yes it is, we need to. It's, science must begin with myths and with the criticism of myths. So there are many, if you look into a field and you want to create a science out of that field, you first have to look into the ideas that are already going around in that field, that everybody knows is true, things like that. And you have to, before you can start a science of that field, you have to look into those ideas and see if there are correct ideas or if there are myths in there. Otherwise, you're just basically fooling around in that field. Now, education has for a long time been considered to be impossible to study scientifically. The past, I think 100 years ago, it was said that, well, basically, education is an art. And a teacher, that's an art. Some teachers, they have it, and others don't. You may still hear this. That's a myth, actually. It is. But still, some have it, right? They do. Yeah. You can tell me they don't, but they do. Yeah, I know. But we felt like these kids, they were sitting around this field saying, yeah, I'm not sure about this. And I like to make many comparisons. For this occasion, I've made a biblical comparison. I don't know why. This is Thomas, of course, doubting Thomas. Jesus returns, and everybody is flabbergasted, of course. But there's this one guy saying, yeah, I'm not sure, you know. Is it the real guy? Is he real? I have to check, you know. And yeah, it's science versus faith, of course. This is actually a demonstration of science versus faith. Faith means you just believe. And science says, I don't just believe. I can't just believe. So you may state that something is true, but I'm still doubting. And the Bible basically says that Thomas is wrong. And I'm saying, well, let's discuss it, I would say. Let's not say this is wrong. I'm not going to start that discussion here. But still. So there are so many ideas. So just to give you one example, it's not even myth 1 in our first book, it's myth 0 or something, because we discussed it as first thing. Do you recognize this little thing here? Well, it's the shape you recognize, of course, but the words as well. Who made this one? Maslow, yeah. You were trained, you were conditioned to answer as soon as you see this pyramid. It's Maslow's pyramid, yeah. And I've done this kind of talk before, and I always ask the audience, how many pyramids are there in Maslow's work? And people will say, well, 1 or 10 or whatever, and the answer is 0. He didn't draw any pyramids, he made a list. He made a list of different things that are important in helping education work, in a sense, instruction work. And there's of course a sense of truth in there. If you don't feel safe, well, I mean, then learning is harder than feeling safe is important. That's the thing. And having your physiological needs satisfied, like having lunch, for example, well, it does help, you know. If you need to go to the toilet, yeah, actually there's some research that shows that if you have to go to the toilet a little bit, it's better actually for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, but okay, Maslow's pyramid. And the funny thing about it is that if you study that Maslow's pyramid, that the guy who was most surprised about the acceptance of this model was Maslow himself. So in 1962, this is an old thing, of course. In 1962, that's 20 years after he devised that idea, he said, my motivation theory was published 20 years ago. And in all that time, nobody repeated it, or tested it, or really analyzed it, or criticized it. They just used it. And this is what happens with quite a few of these ideas. So you come up with some idea where you state sort of a hypothesis about what's important for learning, etc. And people just, when they accept it, they will go run with it in a way. This happens quite a few times. And the researcher himself says, I don't know. This happens, for example, with the theory of multiple intelligences. You may be familiar with that as well. And the guy who invented that theory, well, he just went with it in a sense, because he got invited all over the world to speak about this theory. Well, would you say no? No, maybe if you're against flying or something, but he wasn't. So yeah, my motivation theory. And you have all these sorts of variations nowadays, of course. It's an old one. Not sure what you might... Nowadays, AI should be in here somewhere, I guess. If it isn't, I guess ChatGPT will be even below this soon. So yeah, there's some characteristics of all these education myths. I just sampled quite a few, only 3 because it's after lunch, of course. So there are a lot of them, and I do mean a lot. So in our first book, we stated about 30 or something. And then we thought we were pretty much done, and then we started collecting new ideas, and we got 20 more or something, and we're still not done collecting, because new ideas keep coming up. Eva just mentioned, are you going to talk about Universal Design for Learning, UDL? It's in our second book, we discuss it. I'm not going to talk about it. But it's another one, it depends on the country where I am, what's popular at the moment, and you just can't get rid of some stuff. So in the UK, for example, brain training used to be extremely popular, brain gym. Actually, hundreds of millions were invested in that. It's nothing, basically. It's nothing. There's some weird theory involved there about how the brain works, how people work. Just make up a theory and you have a theory, you might say. There are a lot of these. They are very stubborn. You just can't, if I tell you, yeah, it's wrong, you might say, yeah, okay, he said this was wrong, but I know a guy, you know, and he's a teacher, and he says in his class it works, you know. So yeah, tell it like it is. I'm just a scientist here. And people don't really trust all the scientists anymore for some reason. And yeah, that's the way it works, and I can just tell you what we found. So they come in all forms and shapes, but many look like a triangle or a pyramid. That's one of the characteristics of myths. As soon as you see a triangle, and I've counted them in the books my students use, Introduction to Educational Science or Psychology, and it's full of triangles. I just showed you one, Maslow's triangle. Even when there's no triangle involved, people try to fit them into a triangle shape. I don't know why. But I have a theory about how pyramids are very stubborn. I mean, these things are 5,000 years old, and they have a very strong foundation. So it's this metaphor, I think, implicit metaphor that's in there. That's my pet theory here. Yeah. I have no idea if it's correct, but it sounds quite good, actually, I think. So yeah, and they're not always, that's an important thing, they're not always harmful, but they can be. They can be harmful to students, to children, but they don't have to be. Some teachers, they have this intuitive idea and it works for them. Then I can tell them, well, it's based on a wrong notion, a misconception of how learning works, but if you can apply it in a way that works, that functions for you, yeah, go ahead, I would say. In a sense, it would be interesting to study what works, why it works in your case, for example. So, from a scientific point of view, if you have a method, if you use a method and it works for you, I won't say to you, yeah, you can't use that method because the science says that you shouldn't or something. If it's not harmful, yeah, okay, it's interesting, I would say. But it can be. So let's go on to one of these evergreens of mythology then. You recognize this one? If you don't, well, please leave the room now. You're not a teacher, you know nothing about it. You haven't paid attention during your classes or whatever. Now this is, I just Googled a random image basically because I was translating some Dutch slides and this was the first one that came up. Yeah, it's a slide, it's an image, and this is the learning styles idea, of course. I don't know why read-write is in there, I honestly don't, but usually this distinction between the three there is made. You have these visual learners, auditory learners, and the kinetic learners. Maybe combinations as well, they are possible. Actually, anything is possible. And it basically states that people learn in a distinctive way, and that's one of the assumptions. And the other assumption is that the teacher has to adjust themselves to that style. And many people who go into teacher education, they learn this as if it was gospel. It was as if it was written in stone or something, that this is how people work. And if you don't adjust as a teacher to the individual style of a learner, you're wrong, basically. You're doing it wrong. So what about that idea? It's actually myth 1 in our book. We studied this. Actually, it's been studied for years by educational scientists, and there's no evidence. There's no evidence whatsoever that adjusting your teaching style to a learner's supposed learning style has any effect. From a cognitive science point of view, I'm a psychologist, this makes complete sense, that it doesn't work. And so many people still state that it actually does, that this is an important idea. And I always ask my students, well, invent your own learning styles inventory. Because there are hundreds out there, and I think you can do one as well. So here we have visual versus auditory. Think about something else, left-handed versus right-handed learners, or something like that. Or brown-eyed and blue-eyed learners, that's an interesting distinction. Male and female, no, let's not do that one. Let's human, non-human, or something like that. Yeah, but anyway, making distinctions between people, that's something we humans are really great at, creating dichotomies. Scientists are great at that as well. And this idea has become so stubborn, we just can't seem to get rid of it. There's another idea that's sort of linked to this idea. And that's another pyramid, and that's called the learning pyramid. You've seen this one, right? Somewhere during a workshop or something. So you were there on this required, as a teacher, you have this day off, but you don't have a day off because this coach comes in, motivational coach, and he tells you, you know, everything you've done so far in education as a teacher is wrong, you know, because times have moved on, and we know so much now. And one thing we've noticed is that teachers love to talk. I love to talk, you know. And that's the worst thing you can do as a teacher. So basically, if you show this, you're telling people whatever you've done so far has been wrong. And you know, you can see it here. This is it. This is my proof, you know. There are numbers here, and those numbers are the proof. Yeah. And it says 10%, 90%. If you look at other literature, you will find something like 5% or 80%. It doesn't matter. These numbers are just made up. These numbers are made up. They don't have any proof. There is no sign that 10% is a number that has been found in research or something. So if someone will tell you, research has shown that this is a thing, they're lying, basically. Or they just don't know better, because there's a reference there. It says it gives a source. And if you send them an email, they will give you a standard reply, because they're used to getting questions about this. It's not from them. They didn't make this. You can also discuss this. Of course, there's some hint of truth in there, right? Explaining something to someone else, that's a very effective way of learning, actually. Yeah, it's true. But is it this much better? Doesn't it really matter on how much prior knowledge someone has, for example? A learner, a student who has no prior knowledge about the topic at all, maybe you should demonstrate something to them, or maybe help them, or something like that. So there are so many intervening variables here that you just can't say it's like this at all. And if you see numbers that end in a 0, in anything that has to do with education or psychology, it's probably a lie, because nobody has ever found these nice numbers in any research. At least I didn't. There's some variations as well here. This is another one. You may have seen something like this. And I actually know these people are there, and they don't like being, every scientist loves being cited, but not in this way. So yeah, citing this graph is very difficult, because it doesn't exist in a sense. So it's made up. This is bogus. Now, how do you use APA for that? Yeah, you can't. You can say it's not somewhere, or something like that. So yeah, all variations of this diagram are just made up. You can create one yourself and sell it, actually. Work in education is an easy way to make money, actually. It really is. You can also think of combinations, of course. This is something I also found. This is a combination of learning styles in the learning pyramid. Now that's exciting stuff, right? It says that some people are better at reading when they have a certain learning style and they have a certain retention rate. This is an amazing diagram, basically, and it doesn't mean anything. So yeah, they're just as bogus as anything. So I really like this one. You can study it, and still it's completely made up. Okay, you can also combine it with the brain, of course. And now we get into the real science, you know. I mean, educational science and psychology, those are the soft sciences that basically just people fooling around and they don't know anything. But hard sciences, like neuroscience, now that's real science, you know, real. That's biology, etc. So yeah, combine learning styles to the brain. So you get this left brain, right brain idea. Everybody has two hemispheres. Most people have two hemispheres as the brain, left one and right one. You know, this kind of stuff. They're connected to each other, actually. And some people say, yeah, the left one, that's where language is, you know. And also, that means that in the right one, there's not language. So that must mean that there's something else there. So the left one, that's the Western part of your brain. It's the analytical part, the boring part, etc. And the right part is where the art is, where the real thing, well, real stuff happens. Now, school only teaches the left brain part. So school is stupid. We should change schools. We should transform schools into whole brain learning. So the school should also pay attention to the right brain, etc. You've heard this stuff. This kind of stuff. I can make it up as I go along. It's easy to sell this stuff, really. And of course, again, there's no science to it or whatever. These halves are connected with each other. They talk to each other all the time. It doesn't really matter where language is. And also, we only know this by studying right-handed people. And I'm left-handed myself. So I always say psychology is about many people, but not about me, actually. So yeah. And there are other versions, and I brought one version, of course. I bought this shirt especially, not for this occasion, okay? I bought the shirt especially just to show you how widespread this whole idea is. So brain thinking makes things more scientific for many people. If the brain is involved, you will find that many people immediately start saying, yeah, then it must be true. So we knew this already. I mean, psychologists already found this years ago, but now we also have the actual evidence from the brain. And that's something you might also see in other ideas about how people learn. For example, learning from mistakes. So this is a quotation by a mathematician, Joe Bowler, who has written about this topic called mindset. You may be familiar with the term mindset. And one thing they claim is that mistakes grow your brain. How? Nobody knows. Well, you grow new synapses, you know the stuff, neurons and synapses. So your synapses grow or increase in volume or something like that. And she has maintained that actually it's very important to make mistakes. Actually, it's even more important to make mistakes than doing things correctly. So she says, if your child comes home from school in the afternoon, you shouldn't ask them, did you have a nice day or something? You should ask them, did you make many mistakes? And if they didn't learn anything. That's what they maintain. I had to read the book to check if it's really true, but they do. So that's kind of connected to the whole mindset idea. This is discussed in our second book, actually, this idea, which is very popular in the Netherlands, measuring someone's, what we call mindset. And again, something you might recognize. This is something where you can learn from my talk. As soon as you see a dichotomy, it's this or a person is this or this, it's probably wrong. It's probably far too extreme, I would say. So here we have a few questions to you. So if you fail at something, what do? Do you get angry? Do you start throwing things or stuff like that? Or do you think, better luck next time, or something like that? So the first one is that's the fixed mindset. That's bad. It's usually depicted red or black on pictures. And the other one is the growth mindset, which is depicted green, and green is good. You know, or white. Sometimes white is also good. In this sense. Yeah. So there's been, you might say, yeah, that's an interesting idea. And actually, it works in many cases because some students, you may find that they find themselves so lacking in experience or in effectiveness that they will say, I'm not going to learn this stuff because I will fail anyway. Yeah. Then you have, as a teacher, you have a job to do because you have to make them feel, if you do exercises and you practice, maybe it will work. Yeah. So you have to create some growth mindset in them. Yeah. They actually have been, the people who have devised this, they started selling trainings, training sessions, workshops, etc. And there's been a lot of research on this, on mindset interventions. And overall, they found very limited effects of interventions, making people think about their brain and turning a fixed mindset into a growth mindset, stuff like that. Now, the boxes here, these are all different studies that have been studied themselves. And you see this vertical line, and the closer you are to the vertical line, the less effect was found of a training. Also, the size of the box determines the size of the study. And what you see is the larger the study, the less the effect that was found. In science, this is pretty normal, but it shows that small studies sometimes create big effects. So you might say, yeah, this training really works, when we tried it in a very few cases or something like that. Okay, well, we're almost there, you know. So yeah, another question: are students, today's students, digital natives? Are they different than us old people? As I also tell to my first year students who are 19 years old. So yeah, you are also old, I tell them. I don't know who the natives are actually. I don't know who the digital immigrants are. But are today's students different? Well, some teachers will say, yeah, in the sense that their attention span is even lower than it was when I was in school. Yeah, that's something you need to retrain in a sense. When you're endlessly scrolling through TikTok, your attention gets a bit, well, detrained, you might say. But yeah, so I might say, we have changing times, of course. I translated this from a Dutch cartoon, actually. So what is it? You're giving me something, I have no idea what it is. And one of the assumptions is that today's kids and today's students as well are much better at multitasking than we used to be. I've read that we are serial thinkers, most of us are, and students today are parallel thinkers. So their brain works is wired differently. Things like that. Make it up as you go along again. So yeah, they're studying, but they're looking at different stuff at the same time. And they are able to do so. We shouldn't change this, of course. We should adapt our education, our instruction to this. That's the idea. So many of my students are in class and they're sitting behind these laptops and making notes on it. And some teachers try to forbid that. They say, You should make notes. This is the Paul Kirchner method. You should make notes by hand, otherwise you won't learn anything. It depends on the way what you do with the laptop, I always say, so we disagree. But okay, but he has the research, that's the bad thing. So yeah, what does the research say? It basically says that there's no different generation. People are still people. Evolution doesn't work that fast, you might also say. And every study that I've seen into multitasking and into distracting people while they're studying has shown that distracting people while they're studying is basically bad. If you're young, old, whatever tool you use, I think the latest research, this is about Facebook, this is decades old by now, I guess. The latest research showed exactly the same result when using TikTok. So yeah. And in 10 years' time, probably they will repeat this experiment with, I don't know what VR tool, AI tool was used. But yeah, the same finding will be found again. And we will still say, yeah, maybe we shouldn't be distracted while studying. Yeah. Also new generations. There is some underlying philosophy here. I think that in the sense that many people are not so satisfied with today's education. So that's something that's like a red line through all of this, where you see in the learning pyramid, you'll see this, in the idea that they are digital natives, you'll see this, that the school system, or school in general, is still mostly this model. This is a picture from the first University of Bologna, in the year 1100 or something like that. And it looks like this situation, you know. I'm here, this thing is actually the same thing that's in the picture. Well, okay, they put wheels under it. And the situation looks like, it's like a church, you know. It's like a sermon. And that's the model of education. Why has it stayed as a model? Because it works, of course. But some people are dissatisfied with that. It usually works. But there's always this guy sitting in the back there who's asleep, for example. There are people who are distracted while this guy is talking, etc. This is a very realistic picture. I mean, if you study it, yeah. But I think that's one of the underlying philosophies where you say, yeah, education should still look at itself, study itself, and see, is there room for improvement? So this model is still in use, and yeah, maybe it could change. Future myths are in the making. This is my prediction. You know, I know nothing about this stuff, I think. But yeah, there are some ideas that I see returning. One of them is AI, of course. You will see sermons, in a sense, about AI being the new revolution in education. There have been many revolutions. I read an interview with Paul Kirchner the other day where he said that the last revolution in education was the invention of the chalkboard, the blackboard. That's, according to him, that's created a different kind of situation in education. I mean, presenting slides is the same thing, where you get a different kind of atmosphere in a classroom. That's it. That's a few hundred years ago, yes. That's a few hundred years ago. AI, you will read, in the future, you will read many accounts of how AI will revolutionize learning because it will make for personalized learning. We don't know. Will teachers soon be obsolete? Probably not. There's some personal aspect as well in education, and that will probably never change. If you read that it makes learning more efficient, effective, and less effortful, you may imply from that it's worse learning. That's one thing. Because one thing educational science has shown time and again is that for learning to be effective, it has to be less efficient. If learning is efficient, it's less effective. Learning is hard. That's something we found. And that's a really bad conclusion. We don't like it as educational scientists, but it's reality, and we can't remove reality. You will also find, as a second one, more brain science linked with learning styles, etc. Just brain things that are connected to how memory works. Most of the times you will read something about a revolution in brain science, it's something that we already knew, really. Brain science has up till now never added anything new to what we already knew from psychology, really. So yeah, so we'll find something, and it will probably be wrong. 3 conclusions, and I will be fast with those. Stay sharp, that's my message to you. Well-established ideas that you may think are well-established may be wrong. And I know that social media has the habit of spreading misinformation in general. You may find many ideas on Facebook, on Instagram, on Threads, whatever, on X, about education. These things are spread, and many people are interested in these ideas, so the new and interesting ideas get spread more. They may be based on the philosophy of the idea of improving education. So it's not a bad idea in itself, it's just a wrong idea. And indeed, my final line is, effective learning takes effort. Learning is not supposed to be easy. So whenever it's said that something is made easier through some technology or whatever, it's not an effective way of learning. That's what I wanted to tell you. Thank you for your attention. And I'll see you around, of course. So thank you. People might think that, oh,
Is it working now? Yeah, that's it. Perfect.
Turn it.
Hello. Will you just take my picture for my students? They'll be very happy. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Yes. Just, no, yeah.
Secondary or what age?
Year 9, so they'll be 14. Yeah. London, yeah. Yeah. I was laughing because my friends are watching me. They're like, we can see you.
Perfectly. So I give you the yellow sign, then you have 5 minutes left.
So what time?
I have like 3 minutes.
So what time should we supposed to, people have been starting a bit later, haven't they? Shall I start now or wait?
It's actually not 10 past yet.
Oh, okay.
Past. So 3 minutes.
Perfect. Good afternoon, and thank you for coming to my talk today. Someone asked me if this was an AI generated. This is not. These are our students, currently in year 10, and they're all just as adorable as that. Yesterday when I arrived here, I went for a little walk around the lake. It was beautiful. And then I went for a coffee, and I saw loads of teenagers in grey mould tracksuit bottoms, black hooded tops on their phones, not speaking. I thought I could be at home. This is just like some of the students I would see around Wimbledon shopping centre in the same sort of tribal outfit. So I want to talk to you today about embedding formative assessment, the reason why I went down this avenue. And it was really interesting today to listen to Arnold speak and also to listen to Kate Jones speak, because actually a lot of what they're saying is exactly what we're doing in our school. And I want to talk to you about the success that has had. I also want to share with you it's not over and we're not finished. There's still a lot of work to do. Just to tell you a little bit about the school in which I work, I'm the deputy head leader there. We are a mixed sixth form with a girls' school in the lower school. We're about 1,500 children on school site, so it's a busy, busy place, and about 150 staff, and that is increasing as we go on, as our sixth form increases. We've got a well above average progress 8, which is a very dull expression of how schools in England are measured, but essentially you work really, really hard to get a well above average, which seems terribly unsatisfactory, but there we go. The things that I would say we work really, really well at is supporting our special educational needs children, many of whom are now coming into our sixth form. We've got a lot more academic SEND students staying with us, and we've got work to do on how to support them. We really work hard with what we call our pupil premium students. That is children who are economically disadvantaged or children who are either looked after or in the care system. And we increase the number of those children going to university. So that is just a really brilliant thing for us to think about. In terms of some of the things that I look after, I'm responsible for the core subjects in school, which is English, Maths and Science. Initial teacher training, so I train students to come in to be teachers in this brilliant profession that we all share. And I also really think through the professional development of every staff member in the school. So when I became a deputy head in 2014, I had a series of problems that I needed to solve, and I want to share them with you today. The lessons I was asked to go and see were good. In fact, some classes thought I only went to see them. There was no conversation about what lesson observations were all about and whether they were meaningful to me or if they were even meaningful to the children or to the teacher in question. School results were not improving, notably in science and maths. They were staying the same. And the gap between some of our economic disadvantaged children was increasing significantly. So we weren't supporting them with their best life chances to move on to their next destination. Heads of department were really managers. They were not leaders. They were doing what we were asked to do. And there were some policies they were following and so on, but they weren't really engaged in the process. They didn't own their ownership of their curriculum spaces. There was a lack of ambition. The children, well, they did the best. Well, the best wasn't good enough because it wasn't meeting those national benchmarks. It wasn't enabling our children to move forward into the university places or apprenticeship places or A-level places or BTEC places, whatever they wanted to do. There was also a lack of engagement in professional development. Now, in the UK, teachers are signed up to what we call the teacher standards. And Standard 8, there's only 8 of them, Standard 8 says that you will engage in valuable, relevant CPD. And that wasn't happening at all. Training was very much something that was done on a PDD date that you arrived to and it was done to you. You didn't have to plan, you got a coffee, you rocked up. We also had a situation where people felt that was all for new staff or it was for staff who needed help. They're not doing so well, they're struggling, they need help. But I've heard Dylan spoken a lot about today, but obviously he does maintain that if you're not developing yourself all the time, what are you doing? We are a learning profession and we should be learning all the time, and we are learning all of the time. We had the same problems discussed at SLT continuously, and I found it very dreary. The data was telling us all of this information, and that was fine, but what was our solution to making a difference? Because I knew the maths results weren't very good. I knew that. What it wasn't able to do at that time was to unlock what was going to make the difference. And so I started to think about how we could be a little bit more open-minded about that. Staff started to creep in the conversation about work life, and we were asking staff to fill out various forms, various analysis and various things, and actually they were taking up a lot of valuable time. But I began to question, what are we doing? If we're doing something that does not impact on the progress of children, we're not doing it anymore. Now, governors and senior teachers, they like paper, they like reports, they like documents. But if it's not making a difference to the life chances of children, we're not doing it anymore. And that became my mantra. And we were stuck on this good Ofsted, which in the UK is a thing. You want to be an outstanding Ofsted. Now, whatever we think about that politically or whatever, parents do buy into that. And we were stuck there because of our results. So I took myself this challenge to go and speak to staff about the value of lesson observations. And they didn't value them. They thought it was a workhorse exercise because they had to do it. And it was partly linked into our performance-related pay cycle. So you had to have these lesson observations. I'm coming, you choose the class, we do it. It had no value. As I said, the school results weren't improving. So I spent a long time reading examiners' reports, reading data analysis sets, and trying to unlock what is the difference. And my colleague, my deputy head colleague and I, she would talk to me and she was saying, and what is the difference between one child sat on a B grade and another child sat on a B grade? Their needs are very different as to why they're not getting an A. So it's not just about data, it's about understanding that child and understanding what support and mechanisms that they need in order to get better. I interviewed the heads of department and I felt a sense of frustration because actually they did have loads of ideas. They felt that the constraints of the school policy was meaning they couldn't. And I was very interested in what Kate said today about this idea that you have to own your own assessment, you have to own your own curriculum space. And they were feeling that frustration that they weren't being able to do that. I asked staff about their professional development and they felt the things on offer weren't for them. There was no choice, it was whole, we were all doing the same thing. So they didn't feel valued because they didn't feel like it listening to what their needs were. I wasn't asking them what their needs were, I was sat deciding what we were going to do. I started to challenge my colleagues not only to come to SLT meetings with a problem, but what are your absolute solutions to this problem? So we were then stuck in some really interesting, meaningful conversations. I have to say those leadership meetings tended to go on a little bit longer because once we got into it, it was really rich dialogue and everybody has a view. And if you've got a senior leadership team like mine, we're all different. So we're all contributing in a different way, which is hugely valuable. You need everybody to be different to bring all those things together. I felt that the current policies were impacting on people's work-life balance and we were asking people to do much. Going back to my mantra, is it making a difference to young people? If not, why are we doing it? And then really thinking about this Ofsted thing that was just a niggle in the back of my head. So we took the decision to go outwards, or I took the decision to go outwards, and we joined the SSAT, which is a schools-based network, and it's absolutely brilliant, and we've got a really strong partnership with them. I also looked at the Education Endowment Foundation, which produced some exceptional resources. I've heard someone else speak about them today. They are free to download, they're very accessible, and whoever does their graphics makes them really interesting to look at, so I would recommend them. And then I saw that the SSAT were really wanting to bring some schools into a pilot on embedding formative assessment. So I read the details about the pilot and what the project was. And it was really about a training program to support staff, but it's about making habitual change. So it's not, schools tend to work in a yearly cycle. The summer results come out, you sit around the senior team, you go, right, this is what we've got to do. And it became this cycle of new innovation all of the time. And part of that is our innovation overload. You always get the older staff members and they'll tell you, oh, we did this back in 1983. Here we go again. So we've got to think about all the audience, because I've got staff members at 22. I've got staff members well into their 70s. They're all bringing something, but they also need something, because we're always continuing to try and get better. So what is formative assessment? So formative assessment, Dillian Williams divides them into these sections here, that there's this interrelationship between teacher, peer and learner. The thing is, we've all got to get to the end goal. Doesn't matter who you are, your educational difference, your strengths, your challenge with English, your economic challenges, you're all sitting that exact same exam paper at the end of the day. The only thing that's different is how you get there. And it's our job as educators to kind of work our way through all the strategies we've got to hand to try and get the children there. So we heard Kate earlier talking much more about the importance of self and peer assessment, which features largely in this training programme. And it is not easy to get children to do really good self and peer assessment. It takes a lot of thinking, a lot of work. They're not playing teacher with their little red pen. It's got to be informative. And then really thinking about how you as a teacher share with the children where it is you want to go. I was talking to a trainee the other day and she told me what she was going to do with this lesson. She was excited. And I said, and what is the intention of the lesson? What will they have to do? And she just looked at me horrified. So in a way, that idea that you teach backwards. We've got to get here, but how are we going to get there? And all of this, all the time, thinking through in the lesson about how you're capturing evidence of the children's achievements and how you're adapting and changing. Going back to my teacher trainees, that's really hard when you're learning to train and you've got your lesson plan and you've planned it and this is all we're going to do. And I'm saying, yeah, you should have stopped them because they didn't get it from about 20 minutes in. But that's quite hard. When you're a more experienced teacher, you can take that risk. You can go, yeah, do you know what, they're not getting this, I'm going to stop now, because you've got all those strategies in the bank. So the EFA programme thinks through all of this way in which the staff body can work together in what they call teaching and learning community groups. So how does it work? So as a school, you're assigned a mentor, and I'm currently working with 3 schools in London. And your mentor is assigned to you for 2 years because this is a 2-year training programme. It is not a small quick fix because it's about habitual change. All the resources for the Embedded Formative programme are provided to you, and they're really easy to follow, and all the they're electronic as well as paper copies. Your mentor will support you with the planning of your launch day. That's really important. Often when I go to schools, there's one person who wants to do it, wants to do the project, one member of the senior team. But actually, if the whole senior leadership team are not involved in that launch day project, there's no buy-in, particularly from the head teacher. Because the head teacher has to say, yes, this is okay. Because for 2 years, all you're going to focus on is embedding formative assessment in staff groups at 75 minutes for each session. So when you start unpicking all of that, and all of you are now suddenly thinking about the school calendar, thinking, I don't even know how I'm going to make that work. But you can make it work. The key to the success of the programme is the mentoring. So I will meet with my schools 4 times a year to make sure they're on track. Some of those conversations are live, some of those conversations are by email, and then at the end of the year I go in and visit the school. I go to visit the school for a supportive role. It helps the person to make sure they're on track. It also gives them a report for governors and for parents and for staff and so on to say that what they're doing is really good. And like everything, we like to have a celebration at the end. So I just want to show you here what the resourcing looks like. So in year 1, you can see there are 8 different working groups, and each group there is 75 minutes. The sessions are always exactly the same. So each group will go through the introduction. There's a starter activity, which is normally kind of a shared thing you might have done that day. Feedback from what you've tried. Then there's new learning, and the new learning will have about between 10 and 20 next step strategies that you could give a go at in your classroom. But then in that hour, there is a dedicated 15 minutes for planning. And this is really important, because if you say to people, off you go, do your planning, we'll finish now, go and do your planning and make your commitments, it's never going to happen, because we're busy people. The phone will ring, a parent rings, or whatever. So the planning has to take part in the session. And at the end, you've got a review of the learning. Within this working group here, which we call a teaching and learning community group, you are paired up with a colleague. When you put your teaching and learning groups together, it's really important that you know your staff body really, really well. Because there will be people that will say, it ain't going to work here, why are we doing this? Those people are not quite engaged. You also need to think about your pairings really carefully. It's a definite default that people want to be in the same department areas. I want to be with an art teacher, I'm an art teacher, I don't know anything about science. But actually the best partnerships are the ones that are opposing. If you're not very good with your time management skills, the best lessons to go to is a design and technology lesson or a food lesson, because you can't put a cake away and pick it back next week. It's got to be done within the hour. Those people, you can learn so much about time management from those colleagues. So a science teacher who's struggling with practical lessons, they should be in the DT lesson, because they're doing this all of the time with far more resources than a science lesson would ever need. The lead of that group then has a leader's agenda, has all the resources they need, and copies of the action plan. Now, the action plan did cause me some problems, because people were thinking, am I going to see that? Is there a judgment on them? Is that going to make a difference to their performance-related pay? No, it's a personal action plan. But what you're doing is you're making a commitment to your group. So the teaching and learning groups are between the size of 12 to about 14 or 16. You don't want them any bigger. And then they're in pairs. Because the start of the next week, you can see starter activity. Number 3, feedback. If you haven't had a go at something, then you've got no feedback. You're not committing to the group. From all the learning options, you can choose what you want. So therefore, there's this sense of choice. And going back to the challenge that I had, people felt that CPD wasn't for them. They had an option of choice of what they wanted to try and do in their lesson to embed formative assessment. So in 2016, I decided to be an embedding formative assessment school, and I was part of a controlled study. The controlled study was a research project by the Endowment Foundation, and it really included approximately 25,000 students across the UK. So we had a controlled group and a non-controlled group, and I was actually doing the project. Now, as I've already spoken to you, if you're going to commit all of those workshops, 75 minutes, and all of your staff, you have to have your senior leadership team on board with what you're doing. So you have to present that as a thing. You also need to have we have a governing body situation in the UK, and governors like data. This isn't about data, this is about conversations and practice. So I had to kind of have a bit of a conversation with them about how this is going to look, because I wasn't going to be giving them loads of how many staff were outstanding practitioners, how we're good and satisfactory, and so on. I needed to communicate my idea with the middle leaders. The middle leadership team in any school is the engine room of the school. If you can get them on board with anything, you can make anything work, because there's a lot of them. And generally speaking, they're hugely committed to their subject area. They want to own that space. They want to be very proud of their space and the achievements of the young people. So if you're giving them choice about what they want to do, they will definitely take that on board. I needed to speak to teaching staff and sort of alleviate their concerns about these 75 minutes, because many of them were worried about the 75 minutes. How would it fit into their directed time and so on? So it was calendared. I showed them where the calendar was. It was committed and so on. I've included teaching assistants there, because often teaching assistants we leave out of CPD due to their contractual hours. But actually working really closely with my Senko, we felt it was really important, because they are working with our most vulnerable children who actually need all the help. So they needed all these embedding formative assessment strategies to help them as well. Just like the ones Kate mentioned earlier in her presentation, we're using exactly the same. And then it was about talking to parents, because parents do have this notion about what a child's book would look like. They like the teacher's annotations. They like to see the teacher has seen them. And I'll show you some examples, because students' books look very different under the programme of embedding formative assessment. There's a lot of peer assessment, there's a lot of self-assessment. You're only going to mark learning, you're not marking classwork. You're only going to mark sections of work. You might only do a formal assessment. So you have to communicate that with the students and with the parents, because otherwise they think that the teacher has suddenly gone on, not paying attention to the learning that is happening. We needed to think about the time frame when it was going to be. Now, the next important factor was thinking about our teaching and learning groups. I needed volunteers, and I needed 12 of them, 12 people who were going to lead each group. And this was causing me the most worry. But actually, once I'd put it together and I presented it, I was amazed at how many people offered to lead a group. And some of them were newly qualified teachers, right up to people who were middle leaders. I was very clear it was not going to be a senior leader, because I didn't want this to be a top-down project. It was in and amongst everybody. So suddenly, with no effort, I had 12 people committed to professional development, not only of themselves, but of the school. I thought that was unbelievable. They have now subsequently gone on to do all sorts of amazing different things, some in the school and some not. And then the final thing that struck me as really important is I actually had to identify to our teaching staff what I was telling them to stop doing. I suddenly realised, sort of project 3, project workshop 4, people were still doing the same things I'd already said in the policy not to do, but they were still doing them. And it struck me as really interesting that you actually have to communicate that. We're no longer doing this because this is our focus, this is what I want you to do. Measuring the impact was a bit soft at first because I didn't have any raw data to go on. So I was looking at questionnaires by students, I was looking in students' books, what were they looking like. I set some competitions up between the different teaching and learning community groups, and if you've got a head of PE in one of those, that group always wins, they're so competitive. And then I had my teaching and learning community leaders, and I met with them, those TLC leads, 2 weeks in advance of each workshop. The reason for doing that is that they were always 2 weeks ahead. And the reason for doing that was to have a conversation ready for those staff members who'd say, it's not going to work here. Because they could say, well, it does actually, because I did it last week with this class. It was really good. Because no one can then say to you it's not going to work because they have the evidence. And we encourage the TLC leaders to take evidence of those workshops, look at the students' work, see what they've achieved. Obviously, sooner we could start to do some data tracking, but really that took about a year, maybe 2 years to really start to see some differences. And then before COVID, we used to have teach meets. Have any of you done a teach meet at all? They're so much fun, and we stopped doing them after COVID. I'm bringing it back this year. And that's a piece of CPD, so 1 hour, I wouldn't do longer than an hour, where colleagues present something they've done in the class that's worked really well, our teaching and learning strategy, and they do it for 10 minutes to the whole audience, and then you just keep it going. So everyone's just sharing a really fun thing. And you can do it with celebration, with prizes and quizzes, and it's a really nice thing to do at the end of the school year. So this is some examples of what students' books will start to look like. So you can see at the top here an English essay where the students have annotated a quote, and they've done a quote explosion, they've highlighted the key points, and then they've written their essay there. We've got here a land formation. We talked about knowledge organisers before. This is my head of geography has done this one. But the students had to take that knowledge organiser and turn it into a 3-dimensional model of all of those things. And they had to include everything on that in their diagram. So they're physically making the model of this case is river formation. And then they take photographs of that and put it in their book. So we had all these different things going on, but different people choosing. During COVID, we were online, and it was really clear, we're a Google Classroom school, that EFA was continuing. So we had an online newsletter for all the staff, giving them some advice and some advice and guidance on what EFA they could use whilst working home remotely. And that didn't mean they were online all day either. It might mean they start the lesson for 10 minutes, give the children some work to do, and then they'd sit at home waiting for the work to be submitted and mark it. So we weren't online the whole time. And then the last 2 things there over on the right are things that we still do now. So I'm asking people to review, what is the EFA about this lesson that you've planned? What questions are you going to ask? When will you know if the children have learnt anything? How are you going to test that? What are you going to assess in this lesson? How do you know that they've learnt anything? And in the UK, we have this horrible word called work scrutiny, which I hate. Sounds so old-fashioned. But the idea is that you look into a student's books and you find out what they've been learning. But I ask the staff to do that for their own books. So they sit there and look at their own books. What evidence is there of any progression in this lesson? Have you got any peer or self-evaluation? Have you given the children a success criteria? And if you give people time to do that, either in departments or in groups or shared, they do value that. I go into students' books all the time, and the first thing I always say to a student is, are you proud of your work? And honestly, they usually are. They want to show you their book. I asked a girl once, a few years ago, and she said, no one's ever asked to look in my book. It made me so sad, because it was absolutely beautiful. And so I make a lot of effort of trying. We're asking the children to work really hard, so validate their work. But I think asking staff to think about their own work. What is it they want to achieve? And what do they want to see in their students' work? Now I'm able to measure some of the impact of the project. We became an EFA Ambassador School in 2019, and that was largely due to our increased performance at results. And then, of course, we got our badge, our little outstanding badge, which politically has got all sorts of things, but it meant a huge amount to us because we were stuck there for so long because of our results. We also won some SSAT awards, which was really significant because the SSAT have huge numbers of schools that are members, and it really does help you to think about where you are in terms of benchmarking against those schools who are all working super hard. I was also doing some national benchmarking against English and maths, about our EBAC subjects, which you can do, and making sure that we were remaining competitive. I do have some moral issues about some of those things, but actually when the children leave you, whether they go at 16 or whether they go at 18, they are competing against those other children, and you want them to get on those courses, so it's important that I can help them at that next level they can get there. I've got loads of staff engaged in CPD and staff who want to be part of a CPD programme, and I think that's really invaluable. I have a really fantastic group now of teaching and learning leaders, and they're always up for doing different things, and that's really, really nice. And I have a lot of staff, almost 20, who've been engaged in the new national professional qualifications that the UK government have set up. And they're looking at things like leading teaching, senior leadership, and then headship qualifications. And that's really important to me, because if people are knocking on your door asking for more, it means they're going to be a better practitioner in the school. And that means a better outcome for those children. And that, to me, is the key to all of this. So what does our school look like now? If you came to our school, I hope this is what you would see. We use the framework for exceptional framework for education as a benchmark for evaluation. It is an SSAT members only club you have to join, but I do recommend it. It gives you some really interesting critical guidance. I have a dedicated team of leaders of teaching, and they support not only the initial teacher trainers, but our new trainers, and also they do partnership work for those staff who are having a challenge. They're not failing teachers, they're just having a challenge right now, and how can we help them? I still run the teaching and learning community groups, and that's how I deliver all of our CPD. So our CPD starts at first with an hour of input of learning. People then go to workshops for which they have chosen, so it's a bit like today. And at the end of that day, they go back to their TLC group and they say, what have I learnt today? How am I going to use it? And how am I going to implement that into the classroom? So it's actually providing people time with those conversations, and that actually has been invaluable, because how often do we sit down and talk about teaching and learning with a colleague? We might do a little bit over a coffee at break time, but it's not long enough. We have a very small teaching and learning policy. I want to be less bureaucratic. We don't have a Rickard's way. It's embedding formative assessment. That is it. The heads of department make the decision on the curriculum. The heads of the department make the decision on assessments. So in maths, guess what? You're doing a lot of tests. Short, low-stake tests regularly. The teachers mark those. They don't mark homework. The children do homework online, but the staff spend their time marking learning that's happened in the classroom. In English, you'll be doing an essay right from year 7 in about week 4. Yeah, so really making that adaptive difference. So not having people having to shoehorn assessment to meet a school calendar, but actually to say this is what's right for our subject and this is what we're going to do. We have now got calendared working parties, which I started last year. There are 5 working parties in the school, and it's a voluntary basis. And out of a staff of 150, approximately 75 members of staff voluntary part of a working party. So we have one for pupil premium students, we have one for English as additional language, we have a wellbeing party, just to name a few. The intention is they are working towards something. So the wellbeing party are reviewing our wellbeing procedures and policies and documents. Our EAL team are looking at how we can best track and support our EAL students. Those working parties will also lead CPD for the whole school. My challenge now is they all want CPD time, and I've only got so many hours, so it's like trying to fit them all in. We have a very strong SEND team, and that is led by our Senko, and she spends a long time with our teaching and learning assistants. So on a PDD day, they will too be doing embedding formative assessment strategies, or they'll be investigating children and really thinking about what is the difference I can make to ensure that child can make its next destination. We're working really hard on our digital strategy. It was interesting listening to Arnold today about AI. I'm definitely in the... What did he say? Learning's going to hurt. And I thought, yeah, it is, when he was talking about AI this morning. And I need to get my head around that. We've got loads of CPD opportunities external to school, but I pay for very few learning opportunities outside of school. Most of them are through my partnerships or they're through the MPQ. Most of it's in-house. So in terms of delivering this to the head teacher, is cost effectiveness is really strong. So it doesn't cost a lot of money, which, in the current climate for us anyway, that's a bonus. It really supports succession planning. I'm regularly told at school people want my job because they can see the value of what they could do and what they can achieve, and I'm sure they could do it better than me. What's also happened is the students' expectation of what they want from their teacher has increased. And it's always challenging if I've got member staff leave or gone on maternity leave. They come to me, they go, oh, do they know what we need? Do they know what we need? I need these things. My other teacher did all of these things. So we're actually having to spend a bit of time with our new colleagues, making sure they understand some of those concepts that Kate was talking about earlier, like dot marking, success criteria, marking, writing really high quality feedback. And all of these things, we're using the Education Endowment Foundation's implementation plan. That is free and available for you to use. Again, it's really, really easy to read and to implement, but it really talks you through. And even if you are a school senior leader, it could be something you could talk through with your middle leader. How do you implement habitual change in your school? And how do you plan for that? And it's a really nice cycle to follow. And it's well presented. I was mindful of my timings. So it doesn't stop there. What is the next thing that we are going to look at? So I was pleased that Arnold mentioned that we need to work harder on AI, and we've already planned our teaching and learning community groups for AI for next year. And I've already got 12 colleagues at school who have an interest in the working party in that group who are going to lead on those workshops. So we're very excited about that. Of course, when you're using any change, you've got to review your policies. So we put our teaching and learning policy on an annual review because AI, as mentioned many times today, is causing us a challenge, particularly with those formal assessments that form part of a student's coursework. So notably sort of English A-level, history A-level, where the students are definitely starting to use AI to submit those assessments. I'm sure you've all had similar things. We need to really think about staff well-being. The embedding formative assessment does address staff well-being because it's not asking you to mark for not marking's sake. It's asking you to mark what is dedicated marking to ensure that students can move forward. We have an increased number of those SEND students, particularly academic ones in our sixth form. They need a lot of support. We have a number of children who are entitled to 50% extra time in their English exam, for instance, this year. An English exam is about 2 hours long, so there's some challenges around how we're going to manage that and how we're going to support them as the sixth form grows, as it grows in this next academic year. So I wanted to take this time, if anyone's got any questions about the Dylan William and SSAT's programme of embedding formative assessment. That means I've either got the graveyard slot and we're all tired, or I've explained it really, really well. Thank you very much for listening to me today.
Every 2 weeks. In maths, for instance, but they wouldn't have like a formal exam. Okay, that's because in English you have four all different. Yeah. So you don't then get the sense of all this.
That's and what was CPD stands for?
Oh, continuous professional development.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, your audience is pretty much Swedish, and all that works through YouTube stands. Yes. Well, I think. Well, that's brilliant. I mean, formative assessment is pretty much not being used in this way in Sweden, what I know. You really need that much more.
Yes.
Yeah. Good one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, it's a one for the money, two for... Yeah, okay, turn it off. Right. That was louder than you expected, wasn't it? Right, it's 10 past. It's no good hanging around. So we've got 40 minutes, and I've been thoroughly briefed about red and yellow pieces of paper going to be waved at me. These are the red and yellow pieces of paper. If you see these and I haven't spotted them, because that could happen, if you all do that, and then I'll know, and it won't run over, I hope. Now, there's the outside chance that somebody might turn up with a clicker, and if they do, great. We can carry on in this format. If they don't, I'm going to stand over there. So it kind of, I don't know. Oh, Kevin Bartle, one of life's heroes, an extraordinary human being. Don't leave home without one. I'm in a very cavalier fashion here. I'm going to assume that I know what the Swedish means. And hell, yeah, works. Okay, so the focus of what I want to talk to you about this afternoon. Sorry, I've got a wiring issue. is the idea that it may, against all reason and expectation, be possible if we recalibrate what we typically do in classrooms. It might be possible for all children to experience success in a meaningful way. I think currently they don't. I don't know whether that's your experience. But these are 4 questions that I think every teacher needs to be able to answer for themselves every lesson. The first of them is relatively straightforward. How do I know that every student in my lesson is paying attention? Now, I want to be absolutely clear that what I'm doing right now is not teaching. And the reason I'm not teaching is that you're too big an audience. And so one of my issues that I would have were I to try and teach you is that I would have no meaningful way to be able to answer this question. I wouldn't know. I'd be able to see. I can see what you're doing. I can see there's a little bit of whispering up there. And I can see if you're kind of nodding and smiling and being polite. But I have no meaningful way of checking that anything that I say or do has been focused on. So that's the first thing. How do I do that? The second thing is this. How do I know that you're all making, and this is harder. This takes a different set of strategies to be able to answer this. And this is something I'm really not going to be able to do today. So I can take visual cues as to whether I think you're paying attention. You know, for instance, I can see Ben Newmark on his laptop and there's no way he's paying attention, for instance. But the idea that I could in some way peer inside your minds and check that you've all understood what I'm going to say to you is obviously absurd. But there are things that I might be able to do in a classroom that would make that more possible, to allow me to give me an imperfect view of what was going on in children's mind. The third question, which we have not even the vaguest hope of me being able to answer today, is how do I know that children are getting better at the things I want them to get better at? How do I know they're mastering the skills that over time I'm teaching? So this would be particularly meaningless for me to try and assess this, because it would involve me following you around in your place of work in sort of an annoying fashion. I won't be doing that. But I think as a teacher, it's a really important question. The fourth one, and this is the one we're really going to focus on for most of this talk, is this one. How can I do all of these things in a way which is inclusive rather than exclusive, that is mindful of the fact that all children should be able to experience success, that they have a right to it, and that if my answers to these questions reveal that there's a minority of students who aren't doing those things, what am I going to do about that? So how do I do it? So that's the focus. So these 4 questions are really important. This fourth one is the focus of today. So briefly have a think about why children struggle. And there's all sorts of long, complex reasons for this, which are well outside the scope of today's talk. But the one that I particularly want to focus on is the one that I think we have most agency over as teachers. So I've got a couple of quotes for you. And this first one comes from a New Zealand professor of education, a late New Zealand professor of education, Graham Nussel, now sadly deceased. And in a wonderful book that he wrote some years ago called The Hidden Lives of Learners, he made this observation that when I first read it, really stopped me in my tracks. And that he said that ability is the consequence, not the cause of what children experience in the classroom. So we typically think the opposite. We typically think that children's ability, their intelligence, causes them to learn more or less. And his argument was that's not the case, that their ability is caused by what we do with them in the classroom. So that's quite a challenging idea, quite an interesting idea. The same idea expressed differently here by, again, another dead white man, this time an American, Seafried Engelman, who said that the curriculum determines the extent to which children are clever, are smart, are intelligent. And so I think that both of those educationalists are trying to get at the same idea differently, that how well kids do, whether or not they experience success in the classroom, is to an important extent governed by the choices that we make in the classroom. I know. So, this isn't a quote, this is me, this is what I reckon, so I'm not quoting anyone else, but it's a thing that I think. But I want to unpack it a little bit, because it comes with a couple of caveats. So I'm not dismissing the fact that there are enormous and profound differences between the children that we teach, but I think most of those differences are ones that we can't do anything about as teachers. We can't do anything about their social backgrounds. We can't do anything about their genetic makeup. What we can do something about is the experiences that they have in our classrooms. And so to that extent, my argument is that the most important difference between children is what's in their heads, the quality and the quantity of what they know. Does that make sense? Okay, right. So this is my proposition today. That when children struggle, when they can't do things, it's revealed that they've performed poorly on a test, or they can't answer a question, that occurs because we have left a gap, a space in our instruction, and they've fallen into that gap. So that when children struggle, it's because of a fault, a missing piece in the teaching sequence. If that proposition's true, the implication is that children failing to make progress is our responsibility. It's not your fault, but neither is it their fault. Now, it might be the case that there are some children who set their face against the idea of doing well at school. Maybe they don't come in, maybe they behave very, very badly. All of those things are possible. But what I'm thinking about here, there's one particular boy that I taught some years ago who lives with me. No, literally, he doesn't live with me. He lives in my mind. It'd be weird if he lived with me. He'd probably be about 30 now. Anyway, he was a really, really hard-working, diligent student. And I would give him a task, and he would drip with concentration and effort, and he would fail. And, I'd say, read this, answer these questions. Everyone else would have finished. He was still labouring at the first question, trying his best. Never made any progress. Used to break my heart. But what I'd say to myself was, well, I tried my best. What can you do with kids like that? And I would offload the responsibility onto him. It never occurred to him, to me, or him maybe, that the responsibility ought to be mine. So the solution that I'm offering is I'm calling gapless instruction. The idea, and it's a mythical, probably unachievable perfection, is that we ought to strive to not leave any gaps in our teaching. We probably can't. We'll probably never find them all for all students. But we should have a gap-finding mentality. We should take on board, embrace the responsibility that if children aren't making progress, it's because there might be gaps. Even if that's not true, it's a useful fiction. It's the only real alternative is to blame students, and you'll never get anywhere with that. So what I'd like to suggest is that it's an empowering way to think about teaching. That it's a way in which we can take control. Rather than thinking, I've tried my best, clearly, you know, I might believe that, but clearly I've left a gap. Clearly there is some space between what's in my mind and what's in his, and we haven't bridged that gap. We haven't found a way through. So I think there are 3 principles that underpin. This is very much a big picture introductory talk, which is about the principles rather than about the nitty-gritty of what this might look like in the classroom. That would be a different talk, and we haven't got time for it today, unfortunately. These are the principles. So the first one we've kind of covered, and I think but this isn't something just to sort of look at and nod. This is a way of life. This is taking on board the ongoing responsibility for children not meeting our expectations and thinking, how can I do it in another way that might reach them? So I think that's really, really important. The second is to think carefully about the relationship between success and struggle. That we want children to be able to do progressively more difficult things and to deal with more complex ideas as their education progresses, but it's the observation that nobody persists without the experience of success. So if you think about your own lives, everything that you received unambiguous feedback that you were bad at, you've quit. And you've done that so that you can focus on the things you're better at. So successful adults are strategic quitters. We've given up on so it's relatively rare as adults to deliberately do things that we're not very good at. We avoid that. So in that case, in that respect, we're very poor role models for students, because we're saying, you can't do what I've done yet. You have to carry on struggling. But I think the other part of this is that, and I don't know whether this is the case in Sweden, but there's been a vogue over the years, a fashion for the idea that failure is good for people. It builds resilience. Have you come across that idea? So what I'd like to say to you is failure might be good for someone who's experienced lots and lots of success. But another failure, for someone who's only ever experienced failure, is never, ever going to be even vaguely useful to them. That the ability to struggle is predicated on a firm foundation of success. So in order for gapless instruction to work, we have to make children succeed and believe that further success is possible. And then the third principle is all around the conditions for practice. So one of my observations from visiting schools, visiting classrooms, working with teachers is that an extraordinary amount of practice that takes place in schools is bad practice. And we'll talk about that in a moment. So those are the principles. So we're going to go through them bit by bit. Here's the first one again. So we're now familiar with that. So just to unpack that a little bit. So one of the things is it can be kind of hard sometimes to know if we're any good at teaching. Because how well students do can be misleading. So children who are lucky, who are from socially advantaged backgrounds, who've won the intelligence lottery, those children are likely to be successful no matter what. And often, and I'm reflecting on my own experiences here, often despite my actions. Sometimes I've been doing something which they've been able to ignore. And goes, that's rubbish, I'll just do this instead and I'll be fine. And they have the wherewithal to be successful despite their teachers. I remember once speaking to a head teacher of a selective school who said in one particular year the subject that had the best exam results was one for which there was no teacher. That they'd said, I know, they'd said to it was a boys' school, they'd said to the boys, look, if you're going to choose this subject, there is no teacher, you'll have to teach yourselves. And they went, okay. And they were very, very bright, motivated children. And we were talking about this, and he was saying, well, what useful information can I take from the fact that does that mean teachers make things worse? Obviously not. Obviously not. They were a very skewed sample of students. And that is not likely to be replicated with most children in most schools. But it's an extreme example of this idea. And the corollary of that, and it's something which I was pathologically blind to for years as a teacher, was that I would say to myself, well, I must be doing a good job because some children have done well. What about the ones who haven't? Well, I tried my best. What can you do with kids like that? And I didn't look at the fact that the children who weren't succeeding were the ones who needed me to get it right most, the ones from the most disadvantaged cohorts, the ones with the least academic advantages. And so those children are only likely to be successful if you get things right. Their success is probably because of their teachers. So if we're trying to establish whether or not what we're doing is effective, that's the group that we should look at, which is uncomfortable. But it leads to this idea that if you are able to align your teaching approach, your curriculum, to the success of the least advantaged students, if those children are going to be successful, what benefits those children will benefit everybody. But those children, their need is disproportionate. They need us to get it right. The other children, doesn't matter. They can be successful despite us. But if we get it right for those children, we can get it right for everyone, is the argument. So thinking back to that lad, the diligent lad, trying his best, not making any progress, and I'm using him as a sort of exemplar in my mind, to think about this question: what if there are children whose experience of school is that they're present, they're in your lesson day after day, trying, but not making any progress? Why does that happen? And I think there are several possible answers to that, but the ones that I want to focus on is the quality of the curriculum and its implementation. So I think specificity, which is quite hard to say. It really challenges gives you a full mouth workout. Specificity. So if we're not specific, to a greater or lesser extent, we're vague. And if we're vague, we're going to be leaving gaps. Not being systematic, not thinking enough about what comes in what order, and how often we re-encounter things that are going to be really important. And also thinking about being sensitive to the way different subjects are learned. Because we learn different subjects differently. And there's the global truth that broadly the way human beings learn is pretty much the same, but the way we all learn different subjects is all similarly different, if that makes sense. So being aware of that, I think, is important. So we've talked, it's coming up in the wrong order, I don't know. So this is essentially the point that I've been making here, that if we want to know if we're effective, we need to look at those disadvantaged cohorts. But we should also think carefully about the way in which we design assessments. And again, this is a much bigger topic than the scope of this talk allows for. But I think certainly in England, the way we design assessment internally within schools is almost always has the result of actually making it harder to be an effective teacher, because it gives us skewed information. It gives us it tells us that some children did well and some children did badly. It doesn't point out that a lot of the children that did well often did well despite us, and it conceals the fact that some children who didn't do well because of us. And that's partly because a lot of assessment assesses children's ability to do things that nobody has ever taught them to do. And I think that, certainly in English schools, that is endemic. It's the norm. And it's less the case in some subjects than others. So in subjects like mathematics, that's less the case. There are areas of math teaching that I think children aren't routinely taught, like things like how to use a calculator, how to use a protractor. Those things are not necessarily routinely taught well, but how to compute an algebraic equation, those things tend to be taught step by step and in a way which allows children to be successful. But you take a subject like my subject, which is English, that most of the assessment of English assesses children's ability to comprehend through extended writing, through writing essays, before anyone's ever taught them how to write an essay. And so some children work that out for themselves, they do it despite us, and some children can't do it because we didn't teach it. So we look at the results and they tell us nothing useful. So, what do they tell us? So, most of the assessment that takes place in schools is discriminatory. And what I mean by that is that it is designed to discriminate between children. To say some children are better at this subject than other children. That's what most assessment is designed to do. That doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that's its function, is to have a discrimination. And so things like employers like that, because they get to find out, oh, this child, this human being has a piece of paper which says they're better than other children at these things, therefore they might make a better employee. And so we start making inferences which are wildly unsupported by the data, but there's nothing per se wrong with discriminatory assessment. I'm not using the word to mean bad. So this is how discriminatory assessment works. You take an average cohort, you give them the assessment, and you'd get a normal distribution curve of results. That's what they're designed to do. Input in, input out. And what this tells you as a teacher, if you replicate one of these assessments in your school, in your classroom, it tells you the really shocking truth that some children are better at your subject than others. You'd never have worked that out without that assessment. And so it's not that that's valueless knowing that, but it has very limited value. What I'm going to suggest instead is that if you want to know whether your curriculum is any good, whether your approach to teaching is effective, you need to use mastery assessment. And mastery assessment works like this. You take a normal distribution of children, you give them an assessment, and it is designed so that there's the possibility of all students being able to achieve 100%. They never will. Don't worry about that. But it's designed in that way. Again, there's a lot of, I'm glossing over a lot of detail about exactly what you'd have to change in an assessment for this to be true, but it's absolutely possible to do this. And then the inferences we then draw from this assessment, if a child hasn't been able to answer a question, that's our responsibility. What did I get wrong in the teaching of this concept? Did I give them enough practice in my classroom to be able to do this unprompted? If the answer to those things is no, then I can take responsibility meaningfully for that. I can also compare if other teachers have taken a similar assessment or children have taken a similar assessment in different years. I can look at what seems to be. So if one child can't do something, that's still something I'm going to take responsibility for. But if I find that all of them are bad at something, then that requires I go back to the drawing board and think carefully about what's happened. So it's a very, very different mindset, but it's an essential one for being a gap finder. If you don't assess like this, I don't believe you can teach effectively. So in terms of what this looks like in the classroom, because I've made it sound a bit scary and complicated, it could be as straightforward as this. So, I've taught something, I ask you a question about the thing I've taught, and then I ask myself, did everybody get it right? And if the answer to that question is no, the next question I need to ask is, did anybody get it right? And if the answer to that is no, then that's obviously my responsibility, isn't it? If I've taught something and no one can do it, I have to take responsibility for that. But let's go back a step. Did any of the students get it right? Yes, some did. Some did. Few. How many? So, did most of them? I don't know whether it's how popular it is in Sweden, but in England, Rosenshine's principles of instruction are very popular. Have you come across those? One of the things that Rosenshine talks about is getting a high success rate, which he says is about 80%. I've got a little bit of an issue with that, because I think if 80% of your students are getting what you've just taught right, that implies that 20% aren't. That's a fifth of your students. If a fifth of your students can't do what you need them to do, I don't think we should be complacent about that. I don't think that's anywhere near good enough. That's not your fault, but it is your responsibility. So we need to think, how do we do better than 80% is an important question. How much better? It kind of depends. I mean, you know your students to a greater or lesser or degree. Once you've got a clear idea of what's good enough, you know, so if most of them haven't, then that's our responsibility. If most of them did, great. They're probably going to forget it over time, and that's fine. We know that. But good for now. Back to the first question, did they all get it right? They did. They all got it right. Hallelujah. The next question is this the first time? Is it a one-off? If they've all got it right on multiple occasions, if they've got it right before, that's different. So if they haven't got it right before, if this is the first time, I'm going to expect that to be fairly superficial and not last very long. If they've got it right on multiple occasions, I can feel pretty pleased with the way things are going. So that's the sort of that's the kind of the schema I'd have in my mind in the classroom, thinking about the way I'm interacting with students. And just to go back to the thing I said at the beginning, I'm not teaching you, I'm just talking. If you're not assessing, you're not teaching. And I'm not assessing you. Okay. So, second principle, the idea of success and struggle. So what we've got here is a continuum. This, obviously, a sat-nav. By the way, the sat-nav is the perfect assessment for learning machine. It knows exactly where you are in your learning journey. You tell it your learning goal, and it gives you step-by-step, explicit instructions on how to achieve the goal. If you make a mistake, it says, don't worry, we can do it differently. And it's great. The difficulty, as a metaphor, I mean, this works well in life. We don't need to unless when the zombie apocalypse comes and we've got out of the habit of using maps, that could be a problem. But for the most part, it doesn't matter. We can just use sat-navs to find our way around, as I did to get to the hotel, from the hotel to here this morning. The consequence is, because it's so easy to use, I don't put much effort into learning the route. So it's a great way to build success. It's a great way to make people feel like a successful navigators, because you reach your goal. And that's what we need first. But at a certain point, once there is experience of success in the classroom, we have to take away our sat-nav, your support, and we have to encourage students to internalize the things that we want them to learn, and that requires us to teach slightly differently, to think slightly differently, to take away some of the support. Instead of giving answers, to give clues, to say things like, what did we do last time? So they have to think. But that's only going to work if you ask children to do that who haven't experienced success. They won't. They'll collapse often. What they'll learn is, I'm rubbish. I'm bad at school. I'm not good at your lesson. I hate school. I hate you. That's what they'll learn. We don't want that. So I'm just going to gloss this bit because it's kind of connected to what we did at the beginning, and I'm mindful of time. I'm just going to finish off by talking about practice. So again, I think there are 3 things to be mindful about with practice. My mum said to me as a young boy, when I wanted to not do things that she thought were important, she'd say, David, practice makes perfect. Do you have a similar saying? Yeah, well, it turns out she's wrong. And I've taken great delight in telling her this. Only perfect practice makes perfect. This became really vividly clear to me some years ago. I wanted to improve my ability to play tennis. And I don't know why you're laughing. Rude. I'd acknowledged that watching Wimbledon once a year wasn't going to make me any better. So I employed a tennis coach. The very first lesson, the coach said to me, "You're holding the racket wrong," and proceeded to correct my grip. And that made me worse at tennis because it was hard trying to play with the new grip that I wasn't used to. The problem I had was I'd spent years holding the racket incorrectly. I'd become superb at doing it badly. And that happens lesson in, lesson out, day in, day out for students. So one of the equivalent observations for students is I'm regularly struck by the fact that they don't use capital letters. Yeah? So, right. And so I used to think, God, they're so lazy. They can't be bothered to use capital letters. Oh. But actually, they're no more lazy than I am. Like, it is possible for me to write my name without capital letters, but it takes an effort. I have to think about it. I can do it, but it's effortful. It's exactly the same for them. They know how to use capital letters, but they're not practiced. So you say to them, "Oh, you didn't use capital letter. I've circled where you missed them." They go, "Thanks. It's just the way I write." And they're absolutely correct. They have become, as I had with holding my tennis racket wrongly, they've become superb at not using capital letters. It's effortless for them. And that's because we allow them to practice badly. So that's one ingredient. I've got ahead of myself. I got excited about that story. And I wanted to, I know, it's easily done. There's only 5 minutes left though, so I have to concentrate. So less than that, because I don't know. Yeah, anyway. So this idea of doing less for longer. Do you have an equivalent of the Couch to 5K exercise program in Sweden? Yes, some people know, don't know what you're talking about. So in England, the NHS has created an app which the promise is that they can take anybody from being a couch potato, from someone who can't run, in 9 weeks, from being a couch potato to being able to run 5 kilometres without pausing. I know. So how does it work? So I don't know if any of you in the past have tried and thought to yourself, I'm going to get fitter, I'm going to start running, and you've gone out and you've run and you've got puffed really quickly and you've then been sick in the street and you've gone, I'm not doing that again. You've done that. Yeah. So that's what we routinely ask children to do. Are you able, we say to them, we want you to do the equivalent of a 5 kilometre run in my lesson. Go. Some of them can, lucky them. Some of them can't, fail, embed their feeling of being failures, hate school, so on and so forth. What the Couch to 5K exercise app does is say, session 1, you're going to run for 60 seconds. then you're going to walk for 90 seconds, and you're going to do another minute's running. And you might get to the end of the half an hour session and feel exhausted, but the vast majority of people can do it. And slowly, 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 over the 9 weeks, you start to believe, maybe I can do this. Maybe it's possible. And then for most people who follow the program, they can do it. And I think we need to take a similar approach the way we do practice in schools. How do we do the equivalent of 60-second runs? Meaningful equivalents of 60-second runs. So for me, as an English teacher, I'd be concentrating on students writing really high-quality sentences rather than high-quality pieces of extended writing, which are going to exhaust them because they don't have the stamina, because they aren't able to write good sentences yet. So I'm going to practice doing less, shorter things for a longer period, because if they get the sentence correct and they get confident at that, become successful at that, it will enable them to do more difficult things, and we can build up and build up and build up. That's the idea there. The second one is what I've just talked about, the idea that it's routine for practice to embed error. When I look at exercise books in schools, I routinely go through these books, and they're full of terrible writing, really poor quality writing. And students write badly, write badly, write badly, and then we say, you've got an exam, we need you to write well. I know, thank you. And then the final thing is the idea of over-practicing. Don't practice until somebody can do something. Practice, continue practicing until the idea of being unable to do it becomes inconceivable, becomes so second nature, so routine. And that's where I got to with my tennis grip. I can now hold a racket correctly. I'm still not very good at tennis, but you knew that. So just to finish off, firstly, I think this is really, really important idea to bat about and think about, that what we do, the choices we make, to some extent anyway, to a large extent possibly, determine students' ability. We have a grave and important responsibility in that respect. If you're not using mastery assessment in some form, and you saw me sort of run through the flow chart, if you're not doing that kind of thing, then you have no idea whether or not what you're doing is any good. None. You're guessing. So it's really important, I think. Students' failures shouldn't be, one of the difficulties I sometimes have modelling this and talking to teachers about it, is they feel very scared of teaching in a way which reveals that kids don't know things and can't do things. And they're like, oh, what will people say if the children... But the alternative is you don't know. Not knowing is never better. And so knowing that students have failed to do something is brilliant, because it gives you an opportunity to, like, how can I improve? How can I teach better? How can I engineer practice so that they don't embed mistakes and so on? Once they have that foundation of success, they need to experience struggle. It's kind and important and responsible to start inducing struggle, because otherwise they won't internalize what's important. And then finally, being an effective teacher is about finding and correcting our errors in teaching. That the errors children make shouldn't, for the most part, be surprising. They should be fairly predictable. Occasionally children will make a really rare mistake, and I'll think, oh, I've never seen that before, but it's very rare. Most of the mistakes they make are ones that I've seen a lot. So therefore, I ought to have some corrective remedies that I can deploy to ensure that they don't keep making them. Anyway, look, I hope we're done. I hope that you found some of that interesting and useful. If you didn't, I'm really sorry. I tried my best, but thanks ever so much.
Vill du ha den eller kör du frökenrösten? Ja, den eller frökenrösten? Ja. Ska vi köra? Ja. All right then. Welcome back to the auditorium. Have you had a great day? Yes. Well, I have too. But we're not finished yet. We have some goodies still to show you. And first of all, there is this guy. He has written this book about why don't kids like school? His name is Dan Willingham. Sounds familiar? Yeah, sort of. Yeah, he was live in a podcast earlier today, but he's in the US, and apparently there's another time there. It's like early morning. I don't understand how that works, but I don't know. Anyway, he sent us this movie clip, this greeting, hello from Virginia. He said today he was in Florida, but anyway, he's on a vacation, so he didn't have time. He wanted to do this live, but he has family obligations as well. But he sends you this, something to consider.
Hello, ResearchED. I wish I could be there with you. It's truly my favorite conference. I love that it is teacher-led, and I love that it's people who are there because they want to improve children's education. No one is getting rich from this. Nobody is there because they have to be, because some administrator came up with some new crackpot idea about what ought to happen, and we all need to sit and listen. It's a bunch of teachers thinking through what evidence says about their practice and sharing what their experiences are. As much as I love this conference, I've been to enough of them to know how most of you are probably feeling right now, which is you're in cognitive overload. And it's been very exciting and stimulating, but it's exhausting. So I'm going to keep my final remarks brief. I've got 3 ideas I'd like you to take home with you today. First, continue to engage with research. Seek out new research, ask questions, ask for evidence, but don't think of this as something you always do on your own. Think of research as a team activity. I'm very dependent on other researchers and teachers to help me think through the current research landscape. So make use of the contacts that you've made at the conference today. Second, when it comes to your practice, experiment a little bit with what you've learned today. It's just the kind of thing we would encourage in our students. Try something new and try to actually measure whether or not it succeeds. Third, expect that this process is not necessarily going to be easy or quick. Findings from cognitive psychology, research on formative assessment, the kinds of topics you've been hearing about today, this is substantive, relevant work. But it may take some tuning to figure out exactly how it fits best in your context. So if you heard some things today that resonated with you, have confidence in that judgment. But bear in mind, it may take some practice before it feels like a completely comfortable fit in your classroom. Finally, let me send good wishes from here on the eastern seaboard of the US. I wish I were there with you, and I hope to see you at another ResearchED conference.
Let's do a little bit harder so that he can hear all the way to Florida. Yeah. Well, thank you, Daniel.
Hello, ResearchED.
No. I can, we could have that on like a loop. Helena.
Hello. I think even him will hear me in this microphone. Thank you. That's what I'd like to say. Thank you. It's been an incredible day today. And he's absolutely right. My head is just, But I've had the opportunity to listen to so interesting presentations. I've been given the opportunity to talk to very interesting and very nice people during breaks. I've met some
former colleagues of mine that I haven't seen for many years. I mean, this is just what it's all about. To meet and greet and to talk about what's important and how we can make a change in education and for every learner. I would really, really like to thank all of you for being here today, and I would really, really want to thank you, Eva. You're just amazing. Can we have a big round of applause for Eva? Thank you.
Det behöver du inte säga.
You didn't have to say that, no, but I really, really wanted to say that because you're amazing. And, well, I hope that you have had a fantastic day and that you will take some of the experiences and new knowledges back to your own practice at home. And, well, it's Saturday, and it's a beautiful Saturday. And I would like to say have a fantastic weekend and see you next year, maybe.
Maybe.
Woo.
Maybe we will keep this one.
Yes, we'll keep it.
Yeah.
Or we can give it to someone during, you know, until
maybe.
we need it again. Okay, so thank you so much, everybody, and have a fantastic evening.
Thank you. Tack, Helena.